Welcome everyone. My name is Ryan and we are back with more Vintage Story. Here we are in our 1.21 Wilderness Survival World, back for another shot here, trying to survive and find some iron ore. That's definitely going to be the goal for today, but I do appreciate everybody joining me. If you're watching after the fact, of course, check the description. I've got a playlist for all the previous live streams so you can get caught up, but looks like Rod is here. Hello, my good friend Rod Clark. How you doing, buddy? Welcome. Happy weekend to you. Let's see. It's a mushy day here too. Yeah, it's pretty rainy where I'm at as well. But yeah, let's see if we can survive. So yeah, like I mentioned, we're really going to be on the search for some iron today. So with that being the case, I'm anticipating success, and I've built another anvil mold because, of course, we're going to have to make a bronze anvil in order to get up to the Iron Age truly, and we're going to have to do some serious, exploring. I think we've taken many samples now. In the last one we took at least a half dozen samples pro pick, and they were all failures. I think the best we saw was a minuscule amount of magnetite or something like that. So with that being the case, we're going to make some more crock pots. And while these things fire up, we're going to spend tomorrow, because it's getting kind of late here, 7:30. We're just going to get some food and, well, we'll see. Prepare for a journey for sure, for sure. Hey, Adrian, what's up, buddy? Thanks for dropping by the stream. Hello, folks. Welcome. We are back in our 1.1 Wilderness Survival World, but don't worry, we will be getting back into the 1.22 stuff probably next week. Yeah, for sure. In fact, okay, so. Oh, and on top of that, speaking of next week, my streaming schedule is pinned in chat, and that's already up for next week, so check that out. Hey, Raven, Daggett, how's it going, buddy? Glad to see you today. Haven't seen you in a little while, but welcome. So let's see. Happy Smooching Day. That's right, I forgot. Oh, it's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone out there. Yeah. I gave a shout out in my Discord before earlier in the morning, but I already forgot about it. Either way, we're here and we're hanging out together. So if you're not celebrating with anybody, or maybe it's a little bit later for you to do your celebrations, then you can hang out with me. But Adrian says, do you find Terra Prety or Conquest landform over? I've never heard of Conquest landform. I'm not familiar with that one. I'm currently using coastlines and plateaus, I think it's called, something like that. I have a land generation mod in this. It's linked in the description. I see you're on YouTube. Check the description of the live stream. There should be my mod list down there. But I've only ever tried the Terra Prety, which is a good one. I would have probably gone with that, except it wasn't. Well, I just went with this one instead. But what's going on, Brevin? How's everybody doing? All right, so we've lit that up. Let's see. We got a little bit of time out here before nightfall truly sets in. Let's retrieve our latest batch of charcoal, because I feel like this is something I should do tomorrow, is get some more charcoal set up, so that while we're out and about exploring, we'll have something working too. But Mini Mongoose, welcome. Thanks for coming by the stream. Hello. Yep, thanks to everybody for dropping in today. It is Valentine's Day, and we're just trying to survive, basically, here. Oh, but it's going to be a good day, hopefully. We'll see. All right, switch over to... Yep. Going to be streaming some of the Card Survival Tropical Island tomorrow, so continuing our farmer run with that character. I'm very excited for that. I actually got contacted by a developer. Excuse me. Yeah, just this morning I got an email from an indie developer who's got a new game coming out, and I think it's greatly inspired by the card survival games. It's like a winter survival, but it utilizes card mechanics. Yeah, there's definitely some similarities, I would have to say. They've probably taken inspiration from card survival, but I think I'm going to download the demo and show that off maybe tomorrow or the next day. Do a video for it, since it's just the demo right now. We probably don't have enough to do a full live stream, but maybe. I just definitely caught my eye though. But okay, we've got our charcoal. I definitely don't have enough wood, but we'll go out tomorrow and hunt and get some wood. So let's see, where am I putting my charcoal? I was kind of just stacking it up, but I think for now we'll put it all the way in here. Okay, good, good, good. So let's see. Let's reset that. And we don't have too much in the way of food. These are 84% spoiled. Let me just eat these. Oh no, you got a headache today, Minnie? I'm sorry to hear that. That's poopy, especially on Valentine's Day, too. Dawn's here. Hello. No headache, but real tired despite the coffee. Oh, yeah, that's no good. Coffee doesn't always do the trick, right? If you're past a certain level of fatigue, then coffee just isn't going to help too much. You need a brain massage. Any thoughts on releasing that Zomboid training video? Yeah, Raven, absolutely. I can put it out on YouTube. I mean, there's no reason not to. Especially, it's already been on my Patreon for a couple of days now. So, but I do recall. I think Raven that you signed up as a free member, if I'm not mistaken, which means you can watch it right now. It's not gated by the pay. I made that particular one free, I believe. But either way, I will upload it. There could be a couple people interested in it, for sure, for sure. I've got a video coming out today for another new indie game that's in demo mode. Of course, we've got Steam Next Fest going on right now. So this one is called Genome Guardian 2, and I wonder if anybody out there has ever played the first Genome Guardian. I never heard of it, but again, I got an email from the developer, and they provided me with an early access key, so I've been playing it on and off in the mornings, like just before streams and stuff, and it's really addictive and fun. So Genome Guardian 2 demo is out. Full release should be sometime in March, and that video will be up today. But the guy from Saturn's here. What's up, buddy? Look, we just started panning. You heard it too, didn't you? You heard the first little sifting of the sand or the gravel, and you knew to come a-running. You said, what will we get in today's panning fiasco? No, not a fiasco. The opposite of that. Success. Look at all the spears I've got. Maybe I'll get some spearheads. I might be a little bit low. But what's going on? Not hunting any any bears yet, or bears. We're going to be hunting for iron, though, today. Oh, yeah, buddy. I'm trying to break into that coveted Iron Age. Oh, man, let me tell you, all we really need is one good strike. Because hematite, the way it generates in this world and in the real world, is pretty extensive. We can find some of that coveted banded iron, as they call it. Yeah, I've done too much over the past 2 days, too much brain work, too much physical hauling. Understood. Let's see, 500 gears. Okay, dying comes naturally in PZ, probably redundant. Yeah, it does, it does. I mean, a double tall thatch roof last night, the math was pretty simple, contemplating how double tall corners and inners would work. All right, let's see. Do I got anything interesting yet? A little bit more copper. We can always use more copper, 100%, but let's see. You've been playing on and off. Big mistake. It's known that you should play off and on. For sure, for sure. Let's see, panning spears are the best spears. That's pretty much all the spears you see in my inventory right now came from panning. Yup. That's true. As Americans, we always have to do the harder thing. Take the harder route. Oh, so I signed up for a free Hulu account last night. I got a free month because I was looking for a movie to watch, and there was nothing good on the current streaming service that I have, which shall remain nameless. But I signed up for a free month of Hulu, and I watched the movie Prey. It's in the Predator universe. It's the one with the Native American girl and her brother and like their tribe. Like the Predator is hunting in early, I guess, 17th century America or something like that. But it was good. It was good to a point. There were some points I didn't like, but overall it was a good addition, I think, to the Predator franchise. You can never really beat the very first Predator, but it's one of those movies I watched as a kid with my dad and my brother, and it was just like mind-blowing watching Arnold on the big screen with just the cast too. It was really underrated cast. Jesse Ventura was in that. Yeah, really great. Let's see. Watch Stick It. Stick It. I'm not familiar with that one, Benny Mongoose. I'll have to check it out. Put that in Discord if you don't mind. Give me a recommendation in Discord because I'll forget otherwise. But I'll check it out, see if it's on Hulu. I was going to watch, the TV series, and I'm not usually into series. Like, I prefer movies, but I will watch a series if it's something I'm really interested in. And after the movie, I started watching Shogun, which I've talked about in previous streams. It's based on a book, a couple of books actually, by a really great author, James Clavell. It's older. It was written I think in the 40s or something. But it's a historical fiction about the first interactions of Europeans with the Japanese islands and the Japanese people themselves. Now, I shouldn't say the first Europeans. Technically, the Portuguese had already been there for a couple of decades when the show actually starts, but it's the first interaction with any other Europeans than the Portuguese Catholics. And of course, back in those times, Protestant and Catholics killed each other. I mean, Protestant and Catholic, they literally believed they were each other were like heretics, But really great. So that's one I'm looking forward to watching too. You posted the DVD cover in Discord. Thank you, Minnie. That will be helpful. Appreciate you. Let's see. You're a pirate, matey. Raise those sails and venture forth under the great journey, sticking it to the companies. Let's see. Number of spearheads we find in gravel is honestly disconcerting. Someone had to have napped, smelted, forged them all. That's true. Ancient societies. I used to do arrowhead hunting. I live in a part of the States here. Most parts of the United States were, previously occupied by Native Americans. And it's a tradition in these parts for people who like to get out and hike and stuff to go hiking along streams, or literally in streams, shallow streams. But if you look at some of the rock banks closely enough, it's more and more difficult as the years go by. But you rewind the clock even just 10, 15 years, you used to be able to trip over arrowheads, in certain streams in certain areas. It's really fascinating to find those ancient artifacts. Most of them belong in a museum, don't get me wrong. And essentially what you're doing is poaching to a degree, or but this is stuff, a lot of these things will be buried too. One of the key tactics or strategies is to go after a big rainstorm, so that a lot of the stream has been the bottom has been upturned and stuff, and it kind of washes up some of these arrowheads. But you can find what they call Clovis points from we're talking ancient times, some of the earliest people in the Americas and stuff. They called them the Clovis people. They made tiny, tiny little arrowheads too, for hunting birds and stuff. Crazy, skilled with flint knapping. All right, let's see. It's 119. Let's keep panning, people. Not that the movie is bad. Wait, what Tada says, if you like the books, read the... I actually have read Shogun, Tada no Senshi, and welcome to the stream. It's good to talk to you today. I've read those books. One of the reasons that the series really caught my eye, because what's the second one called? It's not Geisha. No. Taipan. Yeah, so Shogun, and then I think the second one's called Taipan. Correct me if I'm wrong. Both are wonderful books. Very long books, though. I usually listen in audio format, and I believe the first one is over 40 hours long, in total, which is a long audio book. An average audio book is 8 hours, for most modern novels and stuff. But yeah, great books. I'm anxious to check out the show too, because I only saw the first episode, and I'm already liking the actors, the choice of actors and stuff. Predator is a standalone movie, and Indiana Jones is a trilogy. That's true. Hey, Andy's here. What's up, big Andy? How you doing, buddy? You are alive. You've been working a lot on that Terraria server, haven't you? Have you downed any more of the mechanical bosses? Wow, if we get another 2 pieces of silver, we can make some more black bronze. But right now, I probably need to get up and eat. Sun's going to come up in a couple of hours, so let's hop up, put that down. Looks like there's still some quartz there. All right, let's put this stuff away. Anything we don't need. Yeah, I've got 3 pieces of gold, but no current silver. Another spearhead. That's fancy. Grab that. How much copper are we looking at? Ooh, 13 pieces. Yeah, my copper supplies have gotten sadly very, very low. So that's something we'll be looking out for again, too. But we did find one. The one good, like, ore source that we found was for some copper. But hold on, where's my food? Hey, Victor. What's up, Victor? How you doing, buddy? I'm doing well. Thank you for dropping by and saying hello. Hello, hello. You only took out the worm a few more times? Understood, Andy. Understood. All right, let's see. What's it look like outside? Pitch black. What's the high current ripped activity? Let's sleep for a couple hours. Mesolithic peoples did some amazing things. I really don't know how Hollywood portrays ancient peoples all gray and browns and rough cut clothes and disheveled. True, that's true. Personal grooming and color were very important to ancient peoples. Yeah, that's one thing, like, I know for sure with, like, the Greeks and even the Romans and Egyptians, like, a lot of these statues and monuments that we see nowadays are just, like, plain marble or sandstone, but they would literally paint those so that they were, like, brightly colored, even to the point where I think we would consider it a little bit gaudy today, like a little bit overdone. But you're absolutely right. Color and not just statues, but I'm sure in their own personal attire too. Ribbons and all different kinds of ways to stand out. You know, just like people today do what they call peacocking, you know, where they like put on bright fluorescent colors and fancy shoes, you know, designer clothes. Ancient peoples had those same urges, 100%. You know, they just didn't have the same sophistication and levels of like materials that we have. But sure, if you could find some beautiful seashells or something, absolutely. That was probably coveted. All right, so it is the morning, people. Let's get out there and do a bit of hunting and scavenging. We've got to prepare for a nice long journey. We're going to go travel the land looking for some ore today. But look at these portals. All right, so let's head up towards the hills. There's a lot of good trees up this way and potentially some food. Oh, we've got peat right here, and I don't think I've ever marked this. I really need to dig up some of this peat and bring it home because I've been using too much wood for like cooking fires and stuff. Here we go. Speaking of cooking, mushroom time, people. Looks maxing wasn't invented. Hey, what's going on, Scutch Tug? How you doing? It was less about sophistication, more about generally accrued knowledge. Let's see if I got on you speaking lore. Got me brain blasting back to late 3 a.m. binge of vintage story lore. Vintage story's got some cool lore. Yeah, the background for this game is really interesting. You know, because one thing to consider too is the character that we're inhabiting is not a human being. This is a seraph. Basically a supernatural creature in a lot of ways. It's one of the reasons why, depending on how your world settings are set, if you die, you respawn. All right, let's see. Should we go for the foxes? You know, I've got full health and a fox. Plus there's some grain up there. Oh, damn, that was a double hit, baby. Dude. The slaughter of the innocents going down right here, folks. Fox. The Fox Force 5. Can't handle it. What movie is that from? All right, let's see. It's all about color and grooming. Saturn. Grooming his mother, grooming his father, grooming his oh wait, no. That's something else. Whoopsie. Getting my metaphors mixed up here. All right, let's go for this delicious, delicious grain. So another little animal over there. I will grab the seeds too, but I actually do want some grain so we can make porridges. Wasn't there another one? Okay, let's see. What else? How's everybody doing today? Thank you for coming by. Is there an eternal dirt tower? Gotta ask what do you mean eternal dirt tower? Well, that dirt tower is going to be pretty eternal. It's going to stay there for a long time. No, I will eventually build a decent little house. You know, we'll have a nice little cabin here somewhere, but I like to get up to the Iron Age before I really hunker down and start to build. It's just so, oh damn it, he moved at the last second. It's just so annoying to have to constantly remake Tools. Even bronze just doesn't last very long. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Roasted fox, you know it. They just don't put out much meat, though. You know, these scrubby little animals. Come on, you scrubby little animal. They just don't put out much meat, but it's about the only thing. Oh, he's still alive. It's about the only thing that's around. Goddamn. Oh, wow. This is getting humiliating. Oh, come on, baby. I think I see something large down on the plains there. What is that? Oh, it's one of those shivers walking around. Like a big old spider down there. There we go. All right. Took me about 15 shots to take out a single raccoon. It was basically torturing the raccoon. That was the raccoon's worst nightmare. Just be pursued by some big giant constantly throwing spears at him. All right. Listen, I tried my best. Okay, let's see what's going on. Raccoons are slow, just chase it. Thanks, Mini Mongoose. All right, we got 6 and 6. I hate that we can't cook with this bushmeat. I feel like we should run home real quick and slap that bushmeat on the fire, and then we'll get back out here and keep hunting. Because my hunger bar's getting pretty low. Shiver Strax might be... steaks might be tasty. It's like eating a spider. Gross. You really don't need to throw raccoons? Oh, just can run right up to them? You're probably right. That's what Mini Mongoose was saying, too. They're slow. I like to throw, even though I end up humiliating myself. All right, let's put these on. Come to me. Boom, boom, boom. Put those up there. This can come down. All right, so we did end up with a little bit extra fat yesterday, too. Although I'm debating on just saving it, basically. But, all right, so that's going to cook. Yeah, we need to get some of that peat when we come back. That should be cooking. It's not the end that matters. It's the journey. Bloodlust along the way does. My cat loves to eat spiders. Oh, my gosh. Good for the kitty cat. Yeah, whenever I had a moth or a fly in my apartment in the old days when I lived with my cat, I would pick her up and just hold her near the moth, so she would aggro on the moth and just swat it out. Yeah. Oh, 4 or 5. That's all right. That's all right. Keep looking around. I should chop some trees down, but I'm focused on hunting. I'm zeroed in. I'm laser focused, people. We're hunting for food. And this. And this. And these. I wonder if VS is ever going to add more traps. Ooh. Well, they did just add traps in a new trap in the last update, the crate trap. You familiar with that, right, Andy? So we did just see an upgrade to the trapping. So now animals like goats and pigs, I even think. I'm not sure about pigs actually, but you have to use a larger size trap than the basket trap. Moth enrichment, happy kitty, yeah. Oh, she loved it. But sometimes she would see the fly or the moth first, and then I would pick her up after she notified me. But Scutchel Tug, what's up? Remember in Star Wars when Darth Vader said, "Luke, go hatchet, then Han Solo." Go hatchet, then Han Solo. No, I don't remember that line. Let's see. Oh, mushrooms. Wait, you're talking about the weighted trip traps? Oh, maybe. We'll see. You're talking tripwires and stuff. Okay, 1 mushroom. That's it. There's a pig over here in a fence, but I'm doing my very best to restrain from killing it. Yeah, we've trapped a little pig. Let's go check on him. Make sure no bears or anything have gotten him. There was a bear over here. Hello, piglet. You still with us? Yeah. Okay. Let's keep looking around. Ooh, berries, berries, berries. Pretty full on stuff here. I might have to turn around and bring these seeds home. Sometimes we can find prey down in the rivers, but... Is that a mushroom right there? Nope, that's a log. I know I've seen deer, but not many. Occasionally we'll come across a deer once in a while. This is also sort of the direction where we got our best reading for copper. Yeah, if we follow this river down to where it bisects into a fork, there's a really nice copper reading down there. But we're on a mission for food, and I feel like I'm not seeing anything. Let's turn around. Poor Wilbur. Well, eventually he's going to be the sire for our whole pig herd. So there we go. I think it's a baby deer right there. Yeah, so he's cooped up now, but eventually we're going to build him a little barn. And like I said, he's going to have plenty of fun. But we just got to find a female. Usually where there's one pig, you see more than one, but we haven't. So I don't know what's going on with that, but where'd that deer go? I completely lost visual on it. Is that a rabbit? His wife's going to be Agatha Christie. Let's see, banana peel trap. Oh, I like that, Mini Mongoose. That's a smart trap. That's like a Three Stooges trap. Comedic, but also effective. I swear that was not the animal that I originally saw. So there's got to be, I think it was a baby deer. Maybe it was a butterfly. There's so many butterflies everywhere. Oh, we got some more radishes or something. Wait, I'm out of... grab that. Uh-oh, I hear a portal. Opened up right next to me. Of course, of course. Let's put that away. Let's just grab that. Being forced to leave this mushroom behind, and I don't like to do that. Let's put these little carrots down. We're going to eat that mushroom. Pick those back up. Let's go home and put this stuff away. Kevin. Oh, Macaulay Culkin. It's a funny guy. Whoa. He makes guest appearances on one of my favorite YouTube channels, Red Letter Media. He's a good, whoa. He's a good dude. Let's see. I think his mother just passed away recently. Saw a post by him. But, yep. One of those actors made like one movie, became mega famous, and then never really did too much else. I think Macaulay had a couple other movies, but nothing really big. Certainly nothing on the level of Home Alone. All right, so I need to go get some peat so we can continue cooking. Yeah, and let me put these seeds away. Put the seeds. Still don't really have enough food for like a long journey, so we're going to continue to scavenge. I guess at some point we're going to have to eat some cattail roots. No, I'm just kidding. Whoa. Oh, it was the actress who played his mother. Really? Is that what that was? Whoopsie. My mistake. All right, let's go get some peat. Yep. God, I've got so many spears. I'm choking on spears here, people. It's crazy. All right, boom. Here we go. You know, I know also, though, that Macaulay is like estranged from his father because he always felt that his father forced him as a child actor to like overwork and was so controlling. And like there's some story about like when Macaulay started on Saturday Night Live, he didn't want any cue cards to be used during the filming because he thought that that would reflect poorly on his son, on Macaulay, and make him look unprofessional, that he needed a cue card. So he forced Macaulay to memorize all the lines. But if you know anything about Saturday Night Live, you know that all the actors on stage use those cue cards. So that made all the cast members forced to like memorize the lines for that episode, and they hated it. Like they were against that. It's just, I watched that on a little documentary about his life. Let's see, let's do the shovel. But again, that was his dad being like an over, controlling, making decisions for a child actor, which put him in odds with his fellow cast members. Interesting, but I mean, we've all heard the horror stories of being a child actor. All right, do we have enough? No, that's not even 2 full stacks. Let's keep digging. he emancipated himself, if you remember correctly. That very well might be. Yeah, I don't remember that detail, but he might have. He might have been right at that time. There was a point in like the early 90s where several like young people tried to emancipate themselves from their parents. He might have been one. Legally, yeah. Let's see. Mac is cool. Kevin would have killed those 6 guys. He was brutal, dude. You go watch that first Home Alone, probably even the second one. I don't remember the second one too well, but they're stepping on nails, like getting smacked in the forehead with like full paint cans. Yeah, no, he would have murdered any intruders. All right, let's go back home. Get this peat on the fire. At least we're coming up with plenty of good berries. Child actorhood is messed up. Did you hear about what he came out and claimed? Who you talking about? Macaulay? No, I don't know, Andy. All right, let's put that away. I might need to rethink this organizational skills here. All right, to have room, a little bit of room. Pop, pop, pop. Bing. In you go. Go. All right, come out. Relight. Let's see, do I have enough to throw like a stew pot on after this one little bushmeat goes in? Now, let's get it back out there and hunt some more. We're gonna eat this. We're gonna eat this meat down. That NJ taking him to Neverland saved him from Epstein's Island. Oh no, I didn't hear about that. That's interesting though. Yeah, that's another whole facet of Macaulay's life, which is obviously very public and controversial. But his relationship with Michael Jackson, yeah, which he claimed still to this day was nothing but wholesome. You know, I know some people believe that's not the case with Michael, but if you had a breadwinner for the family, regardless of the age, you should largely be in charge. Yeah. I mean, but we're talking about like, I don't know how old he was when he first did that movie, but we're talking about like a 6 to 10-year-old kid though, you know? Yeah, it's a tough call. It's a tough call. Let's see. All right, let's get back out there and keep hunting. Woo! Having fun. Let's go over here by the ruins. We don't ever travel over this way. I think I'm afraid of temporal instability. I'm going to be driven insane. I'm going to lose it and just snap. There's Pete over here, too, even closer than that other source. Oh, what are we looking at right now? High temporal instability. Oh, I wish I could plug up some of those portals with dirt. Oh, you know, big shout out to Toad Squish Gaming, too. I hope he gets to stop by the stream today, but if not, I hope he also watches the VOD and hears this because he clued me in to a little detail about the map, which we're going to definitely take a look at when we go on our journey. But he basically pointed out that I was overthinking it, like with the way that I was doing my breadcrumb system with the markers and stuff. I mean, the very fact that I wish I had the map on me to show this to you, but the very fact that I have the marker for our home base pinned means that I can never get lost. All I have to do is just run towards that pinned marker. And I don't know why that never even occurred to me. But still, like I said, the map, in that sense, makes me feel like it's a little bit overpowered. Because now it basically completely eliminates the fear of getting lost at this point. Like that's no longer a concern with this map. It's more just like a crappy version of the big map now is the way I'm thinking about it. I'm not going to bother with that raccoon over there. Let's keep looking for some big game, people. Big game. We could find another pig. Oh, I don't have my fences on me. Huh. Oh, there's fish down here. Should we try our hand at a little spearfishing? Ding. These things actually sometimes drop a decent amount of food. I still vote for roaming temporal stability like weather time. Like time weather. Oh, I see what you mean. So it moves like the weather moves. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So it's like a weather phenomenon. That's interesting. That's not something I really ever considered, but yeah. All right, where am I? Okay. Got to remember I don't have the map on me right now. So I got to be careful about just roaming. We need bearfish. There's dogfish, there's catfish. There's all kinds of different kinds of fish. No bearfish, though, to my knowledge. I think there's a frogfish. Yeah, there's a frogfish for sure. There's few, let's see, Rod says, the few things that would have been fatal. CSI to the first. Okay. Let's keep moving. Let's see any animals. I'm tempted to head down towards that river, but... Well, you know what? I do have some dirt. We can just make a nice little landmark for ourselves. I haven't been this far. Yeah, we've got that dirt marker. Shouldn't run through here too quickly. Could be animals. I'd also stumble across some interesting ore deposits. Oh, you know what? I'd love to take a sample here, but I don't have my pro pick. It's alright, one thing at a time. Hey, hello, little rabbits. I see you. And I'm coming for you. Alright, hold on. Okay, bing. This doesn't kill me. Okay. Little bit of red meat. There's a rabbit fish too. That's awesome. Aerial music. That's so funny. Alright, that's good red meat. Let's go get some more though. We got one fish fillet? No, two. Okay. You like craftable cartography even with the map item? It doesn't tell you where you are on the map? Yes, Don, yes. You know, it was kind of a test. Well, it was very much a test. This, trying out this immersive map mod, which is a new mod too, so I'm sure that it's subject to change. And if we went and made like some suggestions on the on the mod page, we might even see those implemented. But yeah, I'm kind of getting that feeling too. I think I would, in future runs, I'm going to lean more towards craftable cartography in comparison to this mod, you know. But that's just how, you know, how it is sometimes. You got to try out these new mods. And maybe with time we'll see some implementation. Yeah, if like as I've mentioned before, if they add the ability to place these maps, I would like that a lot more. Here we go. Some food that can't run away. Red wine cap, my go-to. I prefer the forked version of it. I don't think the original is even still up to date. I think you kind of have to play one of the forked versions, don't you? I don't know if it's buggy or if it causes things to crash, but I did look at it. I was looking at it for this very playthrough, but I decided to just try some new stuff. But yeah, in the future, I'll be looking to use craftable cartography. I've always had dreams of making like a really challenging multiplayer server, which is like a multiplayer server with like a wilderness survival world. And on top of that, adding in like really challenging mods like the dino mods and some other things. I've even brainstormed with some Patreon members before about like a mod. You would have to make this, but that would like penalize the player for each time they die. It would cause them to come back with like a debuff maybe that like reduces speed and like combat effectiveness for like 10 minutes or something, so that like if you do die, there's a real penalty for it, you know. Don't want to make it like a hardcore thing, but just some sort of, you know, punishment. All right, we're getting a little too far. Yeah, we're fine. We can still see that. Plus, we're along the river. Hey, what's going on, Just Us? No, they have not added rivers yet, my friend. We are currently playing on a 1.21 stable world that I created before the patch came out, and I just happen to have a rivers mod installed here, but... Now, good question. I think the 1.22 patch they have out still doesn't have rivers yet either, but that is on the list of things they want to add for sure. But let's see. Don't call me surly. You just mentioned the maps, and I'm curious, what's the one feature you really want added to the game other than auto map placing? Oh, ooh, I just saw something. Oh, that's a bear. I'm a big fan of combat and, bosses and stuff, so I would love to see more like open world bosses or something added to the game. Or even more just like bosses inside these procedural dungeons. That's another thing that they're talking about adding in 1.22 are procedural dungeons. And I'm hoping that includes like some challenging combat, with bosses and maybe some cool drops or something. Maybe some items that you can't get any other way. But, foxes. Yeah, that's one thing I love the progression and the survival challenges of Vintage Story, but once you get to a certain point, especially once you get up to the Iron and the Steel Age, then it kind of starts to feel like there's not much to do, which is, it's a problem with a lot of sandbox games, obviously, and it's down to just personal taste. But for me, if there's like some really challenging boss fight on the horizon that I can like be planning for, that really keeps my interest, you know what I'm saying? But it's a great question, my friend. It's a good question. Losing your inventory and half your nutrition feels like enough of a death penalty, especially if you're stuck to the 5k respawn radius. That's a good point. That's a good point. Granted, I think on a server with multiple people, we would probably be able to get those temporal gears up and going pretty quick, so we wouldn't have to worry about the respawn, maybe initially, and that would be an absolute pain in the butt. But especially if we're talking about a server where I've installed a bunch of like threatening animal mods. Yeah, but it's just a dream, and maybe I will, but I definitely have plans on doing another multiplayer server for Vintage Story in the future. It won't necessarily be a ridiculously difficult one, but maybe I'll have two going at one time. A nice friendly community server for building and chiseling, and then another one which is just like absolute terror, for the bravest of the brave. That's right, buddy. Dinosaur Vintage Story. I've got a whole playthrough. I did a bunch of live streams with all the dinosaur mods installed. Yep, it's up on my YouTube channel. Recommend you watch that one. Aerial Goblin. Vintage Story needs big overhaul mod packs like how Minecraft has. Somebody was talking about it yesterday. I can't remember. I think it was Fossil. They were mentioning something. They had an idea for like a total conversion for Vintage Story. But yeah, that's not a bad idea. And I bet you we will probably see something like that. If I think of other games which are very open and heavily modded, like RimWorld, for instance, you definitely start to see those like whole total conversion mod packs pop up. But that's a good suggestion too. I like that. That's more for like the modders to deal with too, though, than it would be obviously for like the developers to worry about. All right, there's all my 10 different spears that I've been carrying around. Let's put those away. Looks like our pit kilns are done. Let's get a pot of mushrooms. Why can't I pick this up? God, I hate the inventory system sometimes. Look at this. It won't let me pick anything up. What is happening? I can't. Is my game bugged out? What the frick, dude? I can't pick anything up from my hotbar right now. My mouse broken? I can't even put it in the hotbar. What the hell? Okay, that's bizarre. Well, let's get something cooking because he's over here complaining. We'll try and investigate what the hell that's about. Sometimes I do have... Oh, I can't pick this up. By holding control down. That's bizarre. I might have to restart my game. Yeah, sometimes there's issues like that. Sometimes I can't do anything. Like I might have to save and restart. Sorry about that, guys. Brief interruption here. That's not going to work though. Oh, you meant on the server? Wait, for the dinosaurs? Yeah. I mean, unfortunately right now the dino mods are hopelessly outdated right now. Yeah, now I can pick stuff up. Okay. Weird little glitch just pops up out of nowhere. Alright, let's grab some of these berries to shut them up. Let's see, Dracula, full moon, werewolf versus temperance. What is that a question or what are you asking me, Rod? I'm sorry, hold on. What is Rod saying? I don't understand. I'm sorry. See if there's an application that's accidentally overlaying and causing issues. What do you mean, an application? Like another... I don't have anything else running right now. It's just a bug with the game interface. I've had weird things like that pop up before. In fact, right now, I can't open my inventory. If I open this and hit my inventory button, it won't open. This is an issue I've had since I started the game. And I think it's because I changed my hotkey settings so that my inventory control is different. I use tab to open my inventory, but if I have, for instance, this open first, I can't open my inventory unless I pick something up and then I hit it. So there's weird little bugs and stuff with this game's UI, which I've encountered before. That's the first time I've never been able to pick something up out of my hotbar. That was a weird one. But yeah, I've definitely encountered lots of UI issues in this game. It's not like a deal breaker. I still love the game, but it's something I've seen before. All right, why am I picking up extra bowls here? So let's think about this. It is nighttime. I don't know if I feel like I have enough food for a serious journey, but maybe. Uh-oh. Game blacked out for a second there. Let's see. If I put you, there's an outline that cycles the slots. Oh. Oh, I see what you're talking about. So that's probably why it won't open, because there's a conflict. What's the... So there's tab for my thing. There's tab... What? Show hide chat dialogue. Let me just switch that to that. Where's another tab? How many different controls is tab bound to right now? I don't see a command for that particular thing to cycle through, but you're 100% right, Zeke. I bet you that's why it doesn't work. But there's no way to rebind that particular command, is there? Huh. Damn, that's too bad. Because I am going to keep... I like, tab for opening my inventory and stuff. But, well, at least I know the reason now. Yep, 100%. So then, what's the function of this? Why is this for, like... Oh, well, not worried about it, but just figured out another mystery. Solved, thanks to chat. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I've always wondered why it was like that. I knew it had something to do with the fact that I changed my hotkey early on, but I didn't know exactly why, so that's interesting. Do you think allowing certain mobs to break open doors would work as a feature? What if it was toggleable in the settings? I think that could work. Don't call me surly. Terraria has that feature, speaking of a game that I've been playing recently, but it only happens on like the harder levels or maybe during certain events. Yeah, maybe like certain, amount of durability for a door during a temporal storm could get broke open, but that would make things very difficult, Speaking of temporal storms, we do have one incoming, so let's get our head in the game. That means we're going to have to delay our little adventure, at least for now. And I'm wondering, because I think that my current house is too big, in the sense that if I were to hang out in here, we would probably get spawns inside. So I'm wondering if we if I build a little wall, maybe we can just pan through it. But I might have to separate us a little bit. Let's see. Okay, so either way, let me pick that up. Put that away. I can go there. Now that's for a bronze anvil. Got 4 extra crocs. Put these away. Oh, crap. I don't have any room. Uh. Yeah, I swear I was going to make some nails and strips in the last live stream, but I accidentally made, what was it? Stupid armor pieces instead. All right, so let's grab some of this. Yeah, because we're going to get a message here pretty soon that's going to tell me we've got a temporal storm imminent. I'm just wondering, is this going to work? Or is this completely hopeless? I bet you this will work. Do something like that. It's the goofiest thing I've ever seen in my life. We'll put a torch right there. Boom. All right. We shall pan away the time. It is nighttime, so we'll be panning anyway here. Look at this. Oh, wait. No, we can't do that with the top covered. Okay, so then we want to do that and that. Beautiful. All right, look at this. Haha. Temporal storm proof. Hey, what's going on, Faker Cakes? How you doing, my friend? Thanks for joining. I can actually read some chat here. It's default PC behavior. You can also cycle selectable elements via PC with tab. Oh, is that what it is? Huh. So they just kind of carried that over into the game. That's weird. Let's see. Multi-binding is tight. It's best for randomly weird behavior in combat. Bears should be able to open doors just like real life. There you go. Maybe not drifters, but bears. Oh my God, people would hate that. Bears are always complained about being overpowered and stuff. Yeah, it's inheriting the behavior straight from Windows. Some games I've seen override it, but this one apparently doesn't. Yeah, that's kind of strange. Let's see. Make a shelter and fight. Those kind of contradictory things there, Rod. Let's see. I always make a panic room. 3x3x2. Yeah. Well, we just made one, so we're good to go. Now I'm just hoping that this temporal storm pops up during the night time, like in the next couple minutes, so that we don't have to waste any daylight hours. Panic room active. What was that movie? Was it the first one about a panic room? I can't remember. I think it was, I want to say Sigourney Weaver, but that's not right. Either way, yeah. Introduced the whole concept of a panic room. I guess if you were rich, you probably already knew about what panic rooms were, but I had never heard of that before that movie. A bunker, a stab hole. Oh, okay. So like set up a special little pillbox, sort of, to stab out of and stuff. Jodie Foster, that's who I was thinking of. Yep, Jodie Foster. Classic. Just speaking of child actors, Jodie Foster starred in Taxi Driver when she was very young. I think pre-teen, maybe early teens, but I also remember that Jodie Foster was like borderline genius level intelligence. Like I think she learned to read when she was like 3 years old or something. Like highly intelligent lady. Remember too, the guy who shot Reagan claimed that he did it for her to like impress her. Obviously it was completely insane. But yeah, and he called her. There's a recording. I think he recorded himself, and he was actually able to get her number somehow and speak to her very briefly. And she's like college. She's like a college girl at the time when he gets her number and talks to her. And you listen to this recording, you can tell that she has no clue who this guy is, and she is very like just trying to brush him off, get off the phone. But it's odd. Yeah. She was a big star because of that movie. Let's see. Right. Rec? No, I'm not familiar. R-E-C. I've never heard of that movie. Is that an abbreviation for the movie's title? Or if that's the full title, I don't know it. Bears cannot get through a single door. I think they can reach one block. That's true. They are kind of too chubby to get through a single block or single door, aren't they? Possibly. I haven't seen the notification pop up yet. No, it's not imminent yet. This might eat into our daytime here, but we'll just keep panning. We'll just pan through it, people. I'm going to end up with so much copper I won't need to go do any more digging for it. 3 deep, 2 wide ditch catches and captures shivers and drifters and protects you from bow-torn shots. So you're saying get in the ditch with the enemies too then, I guess? Huh. Yeah, I'd have to see a visual setup of that, I think. I know everybody always encourages me to fight during temporal storms, but I like to just turtle up and not risk it. Although we do have the temporal storm or the temporal gear active, so it wouldn't be the end of the world if I died. We would just get respawned right back here. But I have a feeling if I died or if I went out there and tried to take it on, it would probably start to spiral into a death loop. And if we die more than twice, we do get respawned 5,000 blocks away. So that would be a tragedy at this point. That would be another spot where I'd be like, God damn it, I don't even want to play this world anymore. Let's see. Get in a bunker with a ditch in front of it. Oh, okay. Bunker protects you from the shivers and drifters. Gotcha. Yeah, maybe in the future when I've actually prepared a place before I get the notification, you know. All right, but we are getting hungry. You know what? We're going to have to dig our way out of this little bunker. Just grab some of that food that I've got cooking. So let's finish this square here. Grab some. Watch it. It's going to hit me with the notification as soon as I get out. Do you think Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK? I don't know. That's a tough one, Max. Man, we're touching on some old conspiracies here, buddy, but one of the originals. It's a curious question. Again, tough to answer. A lesser known but also very major assassination was Kennedy's brother, RFK. Do you guys know who killed RFK? It was a man named Sirhan. And the circumstances regarding that assassination and the person of Sirhan is even more suspect and strange than his brother with Lee Harvey. So I'm not, saying either way, but I am saying that the circumstances were bizarre for JFK, but even stranger for his brother. Okay, I watched the whole documentary on the assassination of RFK, and like the Sirhan guy was not the type of person to just like assassinate somebody. He was like a really quiet, like meek guy. It was speculated, in conspiracies that he was brainwashed by some sort of intelligence organization, maybe the CIA, who had some sort of way of activating them. You ever heard of those like spies? If they say a code word, it'll activate them and they'll go out and just assassinate a target like mindlessly. They were saying that Sirhan was like one of those type of, there's probably a term for that. I don't think patsy is really the right word, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Sleeper agents, that's it, Don. That's it. Yeah, he might have been the original sleeper agent. Like, in other words, the whole meme of sleeper agents might have originated with Sirhan, although I'm not sure about that. That I'm just kind of speculating on. But yeah, interesting you bring that up. All right, let's see. Do I have enough food to get through this? 1 serving. God, we need more food. Let's get some mushrooms in here. Oh, we could do this. No? Oh, no, it needs to be like this, doesn't it? All right, we'll do a little bit of that. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, no, I try and avoid conspiratorial thinking, but I mean, honestly, there are some things, which just really do, what do they say? Strain incredulity. Just, you can't believe them, And it's been proven there's some conspiracies that are true. Medium psyops, good name. That's a good name for the current discussion. I think a lot of these assassinations were faked. Interesting. Wait. So you're saying you think the assassinations themselves were fake? So like JFK was not actually killed? Or you're just saying that they were Faked in the sense that like Lee Harvey Oswald wasn't the killer, that there was like somebody else. Like, you know who some people speculate actually killed JFK? George Bush. George Bush Sr. Because he was like, he ran the CIA for a time. He was a CIA agent. And I think when Nixon might have appointed Bush Sr. to the head of the CIA. Some people have said that. That's not me saying that. That's some speculation. I don't know how there's any evidence for it, but all right, so we're gonna put that like that. Oh, this is glorious. I love it. I feel so cozy. This is the way to live, people. All right, conspiracy theories are just real life spoilers. Sounds like Manchurian Project stuff. Now, that's an interesting one, too, for sure, Dried Access. By the way, are you wasting space in the vessel? I mean, why don't you connect the skins that are being made? Oh, you mean stack them together? You're right, Faker. I should. I am wasting space. Yes, I think these people move off the world stage. I don't think they're actually killed. Oh, that's interesting. That's true conspiracy right there, buddy. All right. Let's see. Okay, so if we get another temporal gear, I will be very happy. You know what? If we get another temporal gear, maybe we will go out and just start fighting. Maybe not. Maybe we will, but maybe not. Let's see, I kind of wish there was an auto stack item regardless of spoilage. Yeah, it would kind of, I understand why there's not. And like, if that wasn't in the game, it would probably frustrate some people, and people would probably complain about it, like being a bug. People would probably complain because something they thought was like at 90% was going to rot because like the thing under it rotted, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's a tough choice from a design perspective, you know, as a designer of the game itself. Let's see. Wait, that's what folks say about Epstein? That it's a real life spoiler? All right, let's see. Drop that down. Sorry for the language, but I'm not very good at it, by the way. Oh, you're fine, Faker Cakes. I understand what you meant, my friend, so you're good to go. Like a UNN favorite key to make a stack. Put everything here, I don't care. There is a mod for auto sorting. It adds a little button right here. You're probably familiar with it. You have to put your chest back into the crafting grid, and then it will turn it into it'll add that little button. But I don't know if it actually stacks together like different spoilage rates like we're talking about. Something I played with it before, but I don't recall that. Imminent, a light temporal storm. This is our first one. I was one of the few settings that I changed to make it a little bit easier. I think normally by default, temporal storms are set to like every 8 days or something like that. But here in this world, I bumped it up to like every 30 days. Just because. Maybe by the time we get to the next temporal storm, we'll be able to get out there and fight, you know. Unfortunately, I still don't have any good armor. I need to make some of that crappy armor, too. I want one that pulls all my cranberries in the same stack. Tired of getting 12 different stacks. Yeah, berries in particular. Neat. Those are always a big issue. Skins, too. One thing I should be doing is probably just placing those skins on the ground, but I was still kind of up in the air if I wanted to turn them into pelts or just let them rot. Oh, here we go, people. All right, we're in it. This is it. Now, even though I've got myself blocked in here, I'm always nervous about getting killed because I have been murdered inside of one of my little bunkers. But granted, it wasn't very well designed at the time. I will admit that. This one, I think, is a little bit safer. Don't need armor, just a bunker. Dawn is a big advocate for the bunker setup. All right, let's see here. Still would be nice to have some armor, though. Hello, Vintage Story Iron Hunters. What's up, Lucky Luke? Welcome, buddy. Well, we had plans on going in the morning. I was going to go on our little expedition today, on this morning, but we just got a temporal storm, so either way, we can still set out. We'll just bring a bed with us. Maybe I'll make a bed. I should make a bed. I don't know if I have enough flax, but well, we can still bring our bed. Yep, we're going to bring the map with us and head out. Fun fact, you don't need equipment to kill the boss on the tower. You just need food and a cog. Oh, it's interesting. You mean the big bird boss? Yeah, that boss fight sucked. It was very treacherous. And you know the most annoying part about it? I assume that's the one you're talking about, was while it was up on top of the tower, I was constantly freezing. Because you can't build a fire anywhere in that. It's all claimed area. And so, like, my character would constantly freeze, and I would get that stupid, like, visual frosting, so it would limit my field of view. Yeah, it was not a fun experience fighting that boss. I have it on YouTube, Season 3 of my Vintage Story playthroughs, Season 3. Like, towards the end of that season, I go through and do all the story content. But, yeah, so I'm actually kind of curious how you would beat it with just food and a cog. Another thing that bothered me about that fight, not to give too many spoilers, but the way that the health total was represented, like when you fight this bird, it's got a health bar, right? Just like the most, you can see it on the screen, just like most of the bosses. But it's got this big health bar, and as you're fighting it, like each hit is only just taking off a tiny sliver. So you're sitting there thinking as you're hitting this thing, man, this is going to take forever. This fight is going to be long. Like, I'm in for like a 20-minute slog here, because the bird has the mechanic where it will fly around and only land occasionally, so you don't get to constantly hit it. It's only like once, and then you got to wait like 2 minutes, and then it'll come down to get another shot at it. And I'm like, holy God, this is going to take me 2 hours to fight this bird or something. But the fight ends at like the halfway mark, which was bizarre to me. I was like, so you get it to 50% of its HP bar and the bird flies away and the fight's over. And I was like, well, wait a second. So I guess we're implying that the bird's going to come back, even though that's not really mentioned. But because it escapes with a half health, I assume it'll come back. But why not scale that health bar back so it only has like an eighth of a life when it like flies away? Because I was seriously like looking at that health bar like, oh my God, this is going to take so long. I don't even want to fight this fight. It really gave me this like psychological burden. I was like, Jesus. It reminded me of some like fights within the old Diablo games where it was really just like a freaking marathon. Either way, sorry, I belabored that point I think long enough. Bird boss, he throws spears, you can carry. Use the Y trick. Oh, to transfer yourself to other reality at the last moment when he attacks. Okay, I see what you mean. You've only been to the devastation and creative, and solving the climb was a nightmare. It is a nightmare. And that's another aspect of the fight, which is really annoying, is that that boss will knock you off. If you're not careful, he can knock you off that tower, and then you have to platform all the way back up, dude, to get to the fight again. And it is the worst when you fall down, because that is not an easy platforming. I mean, it is one of the most difficult 3D platforming challenges I think I've ever faced. And there's not much in the way of guides on it either on YouTube. But either way, all right, we talked about the devastation enough here, I think. It said the temporal storm was waning. We ended up with 16 pieces of copper. Pretty decent. Actually, I think I can just put this stuff away. So, and it ended at about 8:30 in the morning, with plenty of time for us to get out and explore this big wide world, people. And that is what we're going to do today. So I've got a crock pot, 2 crock pots, both with 1 serving. Yeah, we're definitely going to need to be picking up like berries and stuff as we go, because this ain't going to be enough. But I don't want to spend too much more time just like wandering around hunting. I want to get out there and find some iron. But, let's see. If I'm not mistaken, 1.21 fix the elevator so you don't have to continue the replatforming. That's a good point, Zeke. I think you're right. Yeah, the elevator system was kind of wonky, but they changed that. You are correct about that. I remember that. I'm thinking, boy, I wish they had made that change before I went through the fight. All right, let's put that down. Okay, okay, okay. So we need our prospecting stuff. Bam. Prospecting pick on the hotbar. This does not need to come with me. We do need our signs. We need some charcoal just for, I'll just bring it. And we need our map, which needs to be on the hotbar. All right. That, oh yeah, we'll grab our things here too. We're going to need those ladders. In fact, I need to make some more ladders. It's not enough sticks, but we'll just get whatever we can. All right, beautiful. We're looking pretty solid. Let's get out there. Let's go, people. Ah, bow torn. Hold on. What's up, Captain Disconnect? How's it going, buddy? Well, unfortunately, we had to start the stream just getting some food and stuff. And so we are literally just about to start our hunt for the iron. Man, I've already been streaming for an hour too. haven't taken a single prospecting reading yet, but that's literally what we're headed to do right now. Oops, sorry, I just kicked my desk. But yeah, we're heading out. We're heading out. All right, so if we look at our map, that goes there. Boom. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so the fact that the home is pinned, means we can basically never get lost as long as we have this map with us. So let's head out. Let's choose a direction and let's go. We're going to go over this way. I think I remember, wasn't there a trader over here that we didn't go and talk to or something? I don't know. We'll just head over here. It's the way I want to go, so we shall go. Wait, VS has a bird boss. I'm not good at English. Yeah, no, that's right. There's a bird boss. It's technically the final boss. So I don't want to spoil too much, but you have to go through the Resonance Archives and then do the Lazarette. Then you go to the village, and then after that, you would encounter the Devastation, and which includes the final bird boss. And there's still one more story place after that, but there's no fighting involved. That's when you go meet Tobias. It's really fun. You know, once you get past that Devastation, the whole story experience is really cool, especially when you get to Tobias's house. Like the build for his house. I don't want to spoil too much, but it's really cool. It's a neat place to go to and visit. And, you know, if you're playing in this world long enough, it feels pretty empty. You feel pretty isolated. So it's really cool to actually get to see, like, other NPCs in the world and stuff. All right, my knife is broken. It's another reason, like, going to the village is a really cool experience. But unfortunately, those are the only two spots other than traders where there's, like, actual NPC activity. All right, did I use all my sticks earlier? I did. I don't have a stick on me. Oh, it's always something, people. Let's put this chalk away because that's hurting my satiety. All right, we're going to munch and get some sticks here. Whoa. Oh, Lord. Almost died. Have we taken a sample here yet, though? Screw you. Yeah, my health is not great right now. I did bring some healing stuff. Yeah, that's true, Dawn. I call it the final boss, but that's not technically accurate. I think there's going to be more story content for sure. So to call the crow the final boss is not right. It's currently the final boss, but... Yeah, that made me more hungry. Yeah, the lore behind it is interesting, too. The Dave boss, oh, that'll be a lot of fun. Oh, yeah, that would be cool. All right, where was that cave? Here it is. I just fell into it again. Let's go ahead and take a quick sample. Oh, good. Okay, so we've got the short range available now, too. That was something I had to change yesterday. Let's see. Yeah, isn't there a smith in the village that can repair tools? That's correct. That's correct. I think there's an NPC who trades stuff, too. I can't remember. I've only been there once, and it was a fairly brief visit. I think Tyrone said the game's story is only 2/8 complete. That's interesting. Yeah, I've heard that quote before that he's talked about. I don't know if he was referring to the story, but or just the overall game itself, but the vintage story is nowhere like near feature complete or complete with story. Like, in other words, there's still a whole lot that they want to add. All right, so let's just keep going. That place didn't have anything. No good readings there. Literally just very poor bismuth. That's why I made the title of today's stream, or the thumbnail of today's stream, say the land with no ore, because we have just been struggling mightily to find any good ore readings. It's kind of crazy. Oh, I forgot to bring a bed. We'll just make one. Alright, let's see. Fruit trees. So just to confirm, wait a second. Oh, there's home right there. Yeah, so if I start going towards home. For a second I was like, wait, I don't see the home marker. It's actually not 100%, not as easy as I kind of thought it was going to be. So I do still need to kind of remember which direction I went in. See, because it shows home is over here, but it's not right for me to just turn like this. That's not the right way. I know I'm backtracking, but I'm just trying to confirm here. Maybe I still do need to place these markers, actually. Let's continue to get all this food. I'm determined to find some iron, people. If we can get this map to work the way that I want it to work, we're going to be out on this journey until we find some. Let's see, press R and Shift R to re-angle it. Oh. Okay, but I mean, that doesn't really help me at all, though. Not in navigation. I guess it's convenient to do that, but how does that help with navigation at all? See, because especially with this low visibility, I start to get real paranoid about losing my way. So I don't see any of my landmarks. See, I'm going farther. Maybe it is in this direction. Yeah, there we go. There's a landmark right there. Ah! Makes my tag easier to see. In what sense? Oh, just because the word home is visible? Okay. Alright, so I know I'm messing with this a lot, but I guess it would make more sense if I'm heading, okay, so if I'm heading in that direction, or if I'm looking in that direction, home is behind me. So I could just reorient it like this. Now you can't even see it. Wow, you put it on the bottom and you can't see it at all. Is it like being blocked by my character's hand or something? Yeah, you gotta get real close to it. Alright, I guess we'll keep it there. Yeah, I think we are. I think I am still going to leave markers. So let's see. So that's to the south. That's the north. So we've got, I think, was I already placing markers to the west? No, we've just got north and south markers. So that means this direction is the east. Okay. So I think I'll put a marker here, and new waypoint. We'll say east 1, I'll just do the spiral green. Okay. Yeah, now if we continue to run east. Yeah. See, this is what I was doing originally, and it might technically be unnecessary, but I do feel more comfortable doing it this way. And it's a bit more involved, you know, which is kind of the reason why I installed this mod in the first place, you know. If I just wanted the ability to open the map up, I would have, you know, left it on. But this way it's a little bit easier. Or it's a little bit less easier, I should say. But yeah, so now, since the marker is right at the edge, now I will stop and I will add another one. Say east 2, bam, bam, save it. So, like I mentioned in yesterday's stream, it's kind of like leaving ourselves a trail of breadcrumbs on the map. And as long as we have it and don't go too far off the beaten path, you know, we should be able to reconnect to our trail here of markers. And again, it's probably not a bad idea to just leave physical landmarks too. All right, let's see. Not bad, not bad. Hey, Kenny's here. What's up, buddy? Happy Valentine's Day to you, my friend. Does the sun rise in one spot? Yes, I think. In Vintage Story, doesn't the sun rise in the west? I believe it's the opposite of the real world. I think. I might be mistaken, but correct me if I'm wrong. Alright, so I got a lot of stuff in my hotbar. Gonna eat. Yeah, I probably should have brought the bed and the cooking pot, but, well, maybe we'll just make short excursions and return and take another direction. Let's just keep going. We got to take a couple samples while we're out here. I spent too much time playing around with the map, but, you know, it's important. If I get lost, I'm going to rage quit. Alright, P. And now I'll just start doing E3 for brevity. Bam. Oh, it is east-west? It even angles north-south, depending on your hemisphere? Oh, really? Okay, it does rise in the east. My bad, I was mistaken. Maybe you build tower for better. Yeah, putting some landmarks down. Yeah, I wish I could see a little better, but right now visibility is so poor. There's actually a tree that we just ran right past. It's impossible to see it, but there's a tree right there which has been serving as a landmark. So I will place some, but right there is, we've already got one. I think I'll put one right here, though. Alright, and yep, not bad. Here we go. Alright. Also, we should think about digging a shaft here at some point just to take a sample. Maybe next time we put down a marker, we'll dig a shaft and see. I'm trying to get a decent distance, though, because, I mean, the ore readings we've been getting have just been so incredibly poor. I feel like we need to put at least a good amount of distance between us and that area. Alright, here we go. E4. Whoops. E4. Green, swirly, save. Let's dig. I wonder what kind of stone we're dealing with here. Let's put the hammers up there, or the ladders, not hammers. Let's put the ladders on the hotbar. And we shall dig in. Well, wait, maybe you want... Wait, maybe you wait for exploration for the next update? I'm not sure what you're... Are you talking to me or one of the chatters? Let's see, what am I waiting for? To play the game? Let's see. Actually, next week I am going to be jumping in, doing some more 1.2 content. We'll probably do another, at least one more stream next week, just to mess with the water wheel. And hopefully they've released like another patch for it. I would love to see if we can get like some rivers to generate, if they introduce those, or if they put those procedural dungeons into the game, that would be definitely worth a live stream, or two maybe. I would follow your river to its headlands. Rivers let you find your way back without tons of excavation. This is GIS fieldwork, quite accurate to field research and surveying. There you go. More realistic than I thought. Alright, so that's probably deep enough. Let's go ahead and make sure we're on long range. Looking for hematite or magnetite. I'm not particular about the ore type. It just needs to be iron. Needs to be ferrous. No, we want this one. I know, I'm excited for that tops reset, buddy. Me too, me too. Oh my god, one more sample. You don't want to play until it's out? I know, because it's going to include... Ooh, minuscule hematite. Alright, well listen. Minuscule is not great, but that's the best we've seen. So, I'm going to mark this... oops, as minuscule hematite, even though it's not super exciting. Because we found hematite once, but I didn't mark it. And I regretted that. Cule? I don't think I've ever typed out the word minuscule before. I think I spelled it wrong, but I don't care. Minuscule iron here. Alright, save it. Yeah. So I'll probably come back and reclaim this sign too at some point. If we actually find iron, then I don't need that. Alright. Offhand, close that. Wait a second. Did I not put down... Oh, I forgot to add, I forgot to save E4. Boop, boop. There we go. Mini mongoose magnetite. Let's see. How much time do you think we will have to wait until the stable version is out? My guess is that it's going to be sometime at the end of this month, February, but that is just a guess. I don't truly know. I don't have any inside information or anything like that, but I know we're talking about the top server reset just a moment ago, and they've said, they put out a post on their Discord that they want that top server reset to coincide with the release of the 1.22 stable, so I think we'll see it. And right now the top server is slated for a restart at the end of this month, so I think that's when we'll see it. But it could be delayed, you know. Was this... I can't remember which direction I was going now. Okay, I'm going back the wrong way. Here we go. Heading east. 2 to 4 weeks for a release candidate. Not sure about stables, so you think it probably won't be at the end of February. I was surprised that they released it this early. With a, like I said, a supposed target for February. Oh, we got a big lake coming up. Oh, that could be actually good news. You know, sometimes iron does spawn under these lakes. Yeah, I've had that happen. Okay. This is actually quite nice. This is a big lake too. And we just got those minuscule readings. I think this is promising. Let's go ahead and boom, E5. Put down another marker. Swirly. East is green. Beautiful. Why is it not? What am I doing wrong? Add E5. Swirly. Green. Save. Huh. Okay, there we go. Now, let's dig down, people. Switch that out. Eat that. We'll go right here into the sand. Oh, I want to stand on it. They wanted to reset with the Release candidate patch. Oh, did they say that? Where was that written at, my friend? I've been following on Discord pretty close. I haven't seen that. Unless I misread something, which is possible. You think it's ocean? Could be. Could be. I've got granite here. And we are dealing with cave-ins and sideways instability, but these ladders do actually help quite a bit. Alright, here we go. Let's see, it's kind of dark. Maybe I should pop on this. There we go. Make it a little easier to see. Need a bagel? Oh, okay. Right on. Enjoy your breakfast, or your bagel. Alright, so we're in some granite, which is definitely a potential host rock for hematite. Alright, that's good depth for our sample. Let's go ahead and take it. Maybe I can do this in my first attempt. For some reason, vertically, it seems more challenging to space these out correctly. Yep. Nope. See, that was too close. Okay, so... the answer is no, I can't do it in one go here. Alright, one more. Let's try just up here. Oh. Come on. Oh my god. So that didn't do it. Alright, let's see what we got. Ho 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 ho. Oh yeah. It says very poor, but that right there is the best reading we have seen. Oh, that's huge. What time is it? Okay, it's almost 8 p.m. Well, if we spend time underground, then to be quite honest, I don't even care about the time of day. Let's go back underground. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go down a little bit lower. Not too far, because I only have 12 ladders. In the morning, we might have to surface and go hunting for sticks, but I think we'll go down. What I want to do is get down deep enough that we can go under this lake here, or the ocean, whatever it is. And we're going to dig a tunnel in this way and start taking samples as we go. I'm going to keep it single wide here, because again, we've got instability. So that's thinking like a dwarf. What's up, Win? How's it going, Whist? Great to see you. Kenny's here. We were just talking about the tops reset. And of course, anybody who's unfamiliar, Win or Whist was the original idea generator. In other words, she came up with the idea. Brilliant. Yeah, we're all excited for it too. Been good listening. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you've been hanging out. Glad you said hello. All right, so, yeah, we got 50%. See, if I were to widen this out, yeah, that would get real dangerous. In fact, when I take my samples, I think I need to take them from the ground. Also, notice how this is cracked granite versus like just regular. Yeah, that makes it even more unstable too. So we got to be super careful, because I could die down here. And if we do die down here, it's going to be very difficult to get our stuff, because one thing I just realized is I do not have a second pickaxe made right now. So our stuff would probably get buried down here. And I would have to like go through the whole process of resmelting a tin bronze pickaxe just to be able to acquire our stuff. And it might despawn in that time period. But either way, now I'm just overthinking things. Let's put these away. Ah, I'm out of food already. God damn it. Yeah, having stuff in the offhand is really, really debilitating. Ladders won't support the stone. No, we need support beams. We could just do something like that. That will help some instability, but the support beams are really the best thing. Ladders help with soil. So, because I've got these ladders placed here, this soil would have probably caved in unless these ladders were here buttressing it up. But I don't think, and I might be wrong because I've never actually tried that with the stone, but it's a good thought. Maybe I should try that. I don't think a ladder would. Let's see. So the stability here is 50%. If I put the ladder there, it still shows 50%. Of course, the real test would be trying to dig it out, but now at this point, I think I'm a little too nervous to test it. I don't want to die. I tell you what, if we do strike hematite, then we are going to have to expand this cave. I'll have to make some support beams and stuff, so we'll test it then once we actually get a hematite strike, because that's when, that's when we're going to actually have to do some serious digging and open this up. Yeah, don't die testing ladders. No. We would respawn back home, but like I said, I think we would lose most of our gear. Unless I was really, really lucky. Oh, pirate invasion beaten. Does HD want the golden furniture that's dropped? No, not particular. You can just sell it for coins. Sell it for coins and use that money for, what's it called? The goblin. Let's see, all or nothing. All or nothing. No, I'm playing it safe, buddy. Okay, so where I can't even see the map. I mean, we must be under the lake, right? Because we dug our pit right at the edge. So let's go ahead and take a sample here. We'll do a long range. Like I said, I'm going to go for the floor. Okay, 2 more samples. I have a cheddar bagel with cream cheese. That sounds good. Alright, come on now. Okay, it's going up. Well, hematite is going up. Actually, believe it or not, magnetite went down by almost 10%. Hematite went up, but only very slightly by 0.06%. But that's still something. I think we'll just keep going. I mean, this is the best readings we've had so far in the whole run. My food's holding out. It's only 22:30. I might pop up to the surface and just make a bed. Because if we run out of food, I'm going to have to get up there and scavenge a little bit. I mean, actually, we're still pretty close to home. I could probably run back in the morning and just grab some food, but... decisions. We'll see. I am going to take some more readings a little bit farther out. Yeah, that's the thing. So when we're prospecting like this, it doesn't take into account the depth. So I can take a prospecting from any level, any Z level, and it will tell me what's in, the ore in this position at any depth. But you're right. If I do get a good strike, or a good reading, I should say, then we are going to have to dig much deeper to actually get to the iron. That's true. But for instance, at that last spot that I just took, if I were to go back there and dig down, we would still get the exact same readings. You know what I'm saying? All right, here we go. And it's also not chunk-based either. That's something you'll hear sometimes people say. Prospecting pick reads from the chunks, but it explicitly says that it doesn't do that. On the wiki, it just used the term position. That's all it says. It said it takes readings from that position, whatever that is defined as. So you could take multiple readings in the same chunk, theoretically, and get different percentages, although they're probably not going to be that big of a variation. Find higher densities. I don't know about that. I'm not sure what you mean. Higher densities of the ore itself or the readings? Because if it's the readings you're talking about, then no, that's not correct. The readings, like I said, will be the same. But, as I said too, if we did get a significantly promising reading, I would dig down. That's the only way to get to the iron, for sure. Yeah, the ore is definitely deeper. It's not going to be this close to the surface. So the ProPick reads in a radius from top of Z level to bottom of Z level. There might be a cutoff, like in terms of verticality. I don't know just how deep it reads. That's a good question. There might be a a certain depth at which it would cut, and you could go to that and get a different reading. But I think if it did, it would be a significant depth. Although I'm not 100%. It might go from full Z level to Z level. That's a good one. Oh, what's up, Andy? You got to find a way to change your name. I figured it was somebody on the Patreon because of the, what's it called? Because of your reference to Terraria. All right, so let's take another reading. I think we've gone far enough here. Do you think that we will get any efficient way of getting whole stone blocks when mining it? Maybe with just a chisel. That's a tough one. You know, I don't know, I've never heard Tyron's opinion on the method of procuring rock. I know what you're talking about because it is very tedious to get it. And there's a great mod for it, for sure. Okay, hematite did go up. Minuscule amounts of magnetite's going down. Hematite is going up, albeit slow, but we're going to keep looking. Yeah, that's a decent idea. Or it's a decent question, but I don't know. All right. My pickaxe is almost broken, too. I'm just realizing. We will need to go home and probably smelt up another one in the morning. You think it's top level to bottom? It very well might be, because it seems to be focused around the map marker. If it depended on Z level, it would make complete. That's true, actually. That's a good point, too. Yeah. So you would get overlapping. So if I just dug a shaft, took a reading here, went down like 100 Z levels or like 50 or whatever, and that was different, it would be hard to tell because on the map they would be overlapping. Yeah, I assume it's just Z level to Z level. Prospecting is still, you know, hit or miss. It's not an exact science, even though it is technically. The maths behind it are mysterious. Let's see here. All I care about is getting that precious hematite. Because like I said, one thing I know about hematite for certain is that once you get that strike, oh man, you're usually set pretty good. Maybe not for the whole game. Like once you get to the Steel Age, you might have to go out and like find a second hematite. But oh man, it usually spawns in huge quantities. So I'm pumped. I'm excited. All right, I'm actually curious too about our map. Let's take this. I think it'll work underground. All right, we're going to go dark for a second here, people, but let's look at our map. I guess I can't. Okay. So here's where we dug in, right at shoreline. And where I guess we're right here. Huh. So I really haven't gone super far yet, just considering all things. Okay, these guys need to go. I'm going to make a buttload of fences here, people. I don't throw the rocks away. Saturn taught me never to throw the rocks away. Just turn them into fences. You don't want them, just turn them into fences. All right, there we go. Put that away, put that away. Offhand, and let's continue to dig, people. This is it. I know, the pick is nearly broken. Yeah. Let's see, what time is this? 1:30. Boy, oh boy, I'm going to need to stop and go home. Remake that pick. Maybe we can get one more reading. One more. Hey there. Thanks for following the channel, AK. Appreciate you, my friend. I don't know if I can pronounce your name. Hold on. Akumari Demon. Yeah, Akumari Demon. Probably mispronouncing that, but I appreciate you. Thanks for following, buddy. Let's see, JB Warsmith. You got the best. Wait, the best I got in my current world so far is magnetite poor, 7.5, but you still can't find it. A poor reading of 0.75 is pretty low. That's kind of what we're looking at too. Actually, I'm even lower than what you are. Yeah, if we get up to 0.75 poor, I'll still probably be looking around for it, but I might sink a shaft at that point, but we'll see. You're right, it is tough to find. That was pretty well. Hello, hello. Glad you can make it. Thanks, everybody, for dropping in today. Let's see. Trying to find iron for dozens of hours. Yeah, it's tough. So chasing veins means you need to start digging pinholes and checking chunks once you're happy with the percent present. Yeah. Yeah. If I got, let's say hypothetically, we got a good reading here. It was like, high. I would just sink a shaft. I would go straight down. We'd have to make some more ladders. But yeah, and hopefully we can demonstrate that today. If we get a decent reading. Where was my last reading? Okay, I think we're almost far enough to take another reading here. When you're on a server, stone is a great resource, especially for stone paths. That's true, yeah, stone paths. You're right. If I get to the point where I'm going to start making stone paths in this world, I will miss this stone. I'll be like, damn it, I wish I didn't turn it all into fences. All right, let's take some samples here. You think fences convey stability? Yeah, that'd be interesting. I haven't looked for iron yet. I'm still a poor peasant in the Copper Age. But found lead by accident today and had a good find of tin. Oh, that's awesome. Well, you should be in the Bronze Age then, if you've got tin. Yeah, you can finally make some tin bronze, buddy. There you go. NY World's best iron reading is decent. Oh, wait, what? Oh, in your world, in my world, best reading is decent. I had to go do side shafts as well to find the node. Oh, that's copper. I was like, it jumped up. No, now we're at 0.78. Yeah. Well, we're getting more promising, people. This is the right track, but it's 3 a.m. Let's get up to the surface. Yeah, this is a decent enough reading that I think we can hold off on like doing too much more exploration. We'll be able to go back home and kind of make a new pick. I'll have to get a bit more food too. But yeah, we're going to return to this spot. Raining constantly here. Okay, beautiful. So. First of all, let's just give it a marker just for visual sake here. Not super necessary, but all right. And I'm just going to put a sign again just for being absolutely thorough here because I have a very bad memory. Okay, beautiful. Now, put that away, that away, that away. All right. We're heading east. I think I'll put this back on my bar here. So, yeah, we're right at the edge. We could just go this direction and head straight home, people. Let's go. Good to see dirt markers are still a thing in later times. Oh, yeah. We're, of course, playing on a wilderness survival map, which means wilderness survival world, I should say, which means we don't have an in-game map. If I hit M, nothing pops up. But hey, Mattis, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, but we do have this mod, which is pretty cool, actually. I'm liking it. It's got its upsides and downsides, and I think in future runs I probably will try craftable cartography instead, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Oh, yeah. I'm feeling good about that iron. Those readings, people. Yeah, we're going to rush back home. Don't go anywhere. Stop. How? How did you survive a strike from a tin bronze Volks? Did you see me sneak up on that rabbit? Alright, let's go. Probably need to find some more copper, too. I think I'll have enough to make another pickaxe, no doubt about it, but copper's getting low. Thankfully, there's always one guaranteed source of copper. Everybody say it with me. Panning. All right, we're coming home. Oh, yeah. Rain is good. Farmers love it. That's true. That's true. Oh, we got another. There's a deer. Oh, do you think I could chase that into my pit? It's kind of a long run, but I'm just going to chase it. Don't go anywhere. If we trap that guy, we're in good shape. I think the bad thing is we're coming at our domicile little home from the side of the lake, so I'm gonna have to chase it through the water. Oh, you know what? Let me take that off my offhand. Yeah, okay. There's home. Where's the deer? Damn it. Wanted to catch that deer. Oh, well. We've got to get this pickaxe poured out, and then we can mess around with animals and food and stuff. Alright, so yeah, let's prioritize this. Oh, I'll let my torch burn out to tragedy. Let's go ahead real quick. As was told, we can stack these together. Beautiful. Alright, a couple of things. Here's what we're going to do. Food first. Good enough. It's a pretty poor little meal, but that's about the best we've got. You know what? I think some of our crops might be ready. We do need to go check those, but you and the wolves both just littering the landscape with tiny bones. I know, I just leave them. I'm so lazy about that. All right. So here we go. All right, get stacked off. One of these days we're going to go hunt a bunch of animals and just put fences around them. All right, I got one piece of meat. Put that away for now. Let's get this metal in the crucible. So we're doing 10 bronze, which is going to require 2 cassiterite and 18 of those. All right, beautiful. All right, get that going. Did I have charcoal? Yes. Oh, look, I've already got my black bronze here ready to go. All right, we'll do that then. You'd be absolutely lost. It's my first time ever playing. Got around 30 hours, absolutely hooked on it with all its mechanics. Yeah, it's super fun. This game is a classic, no doubt about it. I think what I'll do... Now, we don't have that much time to wait around. I really want to push and get this. I was going to wait around and smelt up a second pickaxe too, but we'll just put these away. I forgot I had that black bronze all laid out and ready to go. Okay, let's see. See if we can get, I don't know, some more food. Let's go check our garden. That away. There we go. Bing. Oh, good. Okay, so that's ready. Make the spirits angry. I know. If this were card survival fantasy forest, I'd need to release those spirits. He'll hunt them if he's hungry and can't permanently die. Let's see. No, not more panning. I panned all 900 units for your anvil. Oh my gosh, I didn't understand how to make a hammer. Oh, that's terrible. Well, you learned the lesson the hard way, but you know what? We all got to learn those lessons sometime. But good for you for, you know, making the mistakes and still following through. Sometimes people get real frustrated if they make a mistake, and it could even lead to them, you know, quitting the game or whatever. But this is one of those games where I think you're intended to make certain kinds of mistakes, you know, during the survival process in order to build yourself up to civilized life. But it's good. It's fun like that. All right, put that away. Just keep this for now. How's it going, everybody? Let's see, I tested the support with the ladder. If anything, it will protect you from being completely buried. The ladder won't be destroyed, but will unfortunately collapse. I see. I'm glad I didn't test it too much. Then, whoop, 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 whoop. Hold on. Okay, let's grab that. Come here. And where's my pickaxe mold? I think I put it over here. Okay. Beautiful. Look at that stuff. Black bronze. In you go. Down you go. I am keeping this with me. You know what? Should I bring that with me? I guess I will. Yeah, I'm just trying to think about what we need to bring with us. So this is cooling. We need to wait for that to cool. Obviously, we can't go back to the mine without a backup pickaxe. So let's go outside. I definitely need more sticks. And you know what we need to do is chop down a tree for some beams too. Yeah, if we actually make this strike, then like I said, we're going to have to expand the cave a bit, and that's going to require some supports. Beautiful. Berries are awesome. Let's see. You'd be happy with the pre-release Wilderness Survival at some point, just show off the new features. I'll probably be doing that next week. We did do, you know, the 1.22 streams last week, and I'm going to be jumping in, probably making a new world next week. We'll see, especially if they release like rivers, if they add the rivers to the patch, or the pre-generated dungeons that they're talking about. Yeah, then we're definitely going to be doing that next week. But I do have my schedule, streaming schedule, pinned in chat if anybody's interested. That's for next week. That's ready to go. I've got 2 days scheduled for Vintage Story, and we'll be doing some, what's it called? Project Zomboid too next week. Thanks to Big Andy for giving me a little tutorial. Yeah, Andy, I think that was actually really helpful. Watching you play, like watching an experienced player, you know, play Project Zomboid for what, 30 minutes or so. That was very helpful. Because I was constantly ready to just get out there and start and constantly get into combat, you know. I'm like, my mindset is like, okay, if I'm going to hunker down, I want to clear the whole yard and the whole block first. But really the best bet is just to crouch and start closing windows. It's just not my first go-to strategy. But now that I know that's really what I should do, yeah, I think we're going to have better chance, so... But I'm still going to die a lot, people, so get ready. Be prepared. Yeah, next update, you can't eat hot food. It's going to burn your hand. That's right, buddy. That's right. I've experienced it myself. It's an interesting new addition. You know, I made a short on that actually, too, a little video, a short YouTube short. It's interesting to read the comments. It's kind of, I mean, I'm going to say about 50-50 with the fan base. 50% like the idea, 50% hate the idea. But yeah, it's definitely a bit of a, it's going to be a controversial change, I can tell you that. We'll see, but the good news is, you know, with a game like this, there'll probably be a mod, which either takes it out or makes it like not really a big deal with like oven mitts or something fun like that. All right. Yeah, that's see if you're fighting, you're doing something wrong. Exactly. Oh, snap. Where you at, boy? Get back down in that hole. Give me a gear. Give me a gear. All right, hold on a second. I hear another boat torn back there. I don't think I've taken a sample from this area. Do y'all know whether crafting lantern out of glass slab is a new feature in 1.22 or not? Because I'm checking it right now. You know, they've definitely changed the recipe for lanterns because they introduced a new lantern. So there's the big lantern, which is now, the old lantern is now the big lantern. And they changed the recipe. It now includes nails and strips, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't remember the glass. I can't remember. You'll have to test it. But now there's like a small lantern, too. Oh, you can make lanterns out of slabs now? And also, isn't there a wooden... Aren't they adding a wooden lantern, too, I believe? Yeah, lanterns are getting a big change, though, for sure. It's good, though. I like the small lanterns. They have a really nice look to them. I think realistic elements like that actually make games super nice to play. I remember finding out that you can throw hot metal stuff in water and it actually bubbles and cools. Yeah, the quenching, and they're expanding on that too in the new update. Of course, quenching is going to, now it's going to add certain buffs and stuff to your weapons and your tools. So it's going to be a lot. It's going to add to the blacksmithing for sure. Is it worth it to chop small trees like that? Maybe. All right. Let's see here. Oh, what time's in my place? I'm sorry, Faker. Are you asking what time zone I live in? Sorry, I missed your comment a moment ago. I live in central the United States. I'm not sure if that's actually what you're asking. Oh, if you're asking me what time of day it is, you can tell that down here. I've got my little heads up display. So it's 9:45 in the morning in game. Not sure which one you were referring to, really. All right, let's chop down this tree, and that'll probably be enough. It's cool. I hated that you could only make them out of clear glass, and what I'm supposed to use for the other glass for. I know, like they have this quartz glass, which is very cloudy. I never use it though. It's like I'll just wait till I can make some bloomeries. Oh, this is taking forever. This is a big tree. My current time, it is currently 2 p.m. where I'm at in the United States. All right, so I've got too much stuff here. Oh my God. Yep, 2 p.m. Probably going to hop up and take a quick break here in a moment just to use the bathroom and stretch my legs. If I sit in my chair for like more than 2 hours, my butt starts to hurt. But we're definitely going to be streaming for longer too. So let me get back to the house, and then, like I said, we'll take a quick bathroom break, get some refreshments and everything. Yeah, I remember you were talking to your daughter, I think, the other morning when we were playing Terraria, and I heard you tell her that what the time was, and I was like, oh yeah, Andy and I are both in Central. Well, right on, buddy. Listen, if you need a roommate, you let me know. I'll come move in, Andy. I'll come live in your basement. Just stream full time from down there, bud. All right, let's see. What are we doing? Is it cool? Oh, look at it. Look at the beautiful. It looks like grape flavored, you know? It's gorgeous. All right, hold on. We're not quite ready. I'm going to drop off some stuff here. Got seeds. All right, we want to plant these 100%. I've also got some extra wood. Okay, I'm going to grab that. That can go in there. All right, yeah, let's go plant these trees because those are going to be crucial. Every seed we get, we got to plant it down. Come on. Okay, and we got a couple of sticks out of that, but it's not enough. We're definitely going to need a crap ton of ladders. I might have to make some more boards here. 22, yeah, that's not enough ladders, but first things first. Okay, what do I need to make beams? Don't I need a hammer? I'm kind of spacing on the beam. No, I remember it. Yeah. So we have to strip the bark first with a hammer and an axe. Yeah, we have to make debarked stuff. Boom. And then, what's the recipe after that? Oh, the saw. Okay. So let me put my hammer back then. Grab my saw. I might have to make another hammer at some point, especially if we get some iron. Oh boy. Hope we get some iron. All right, well, it was kind of stupid of me to make 3 different wooden types because that's going to dominate a space in my inventory, but that's what we're working with. Apparently, that's what we're going with. Let's see. Do we have food? Boom. Beam saw debark. Thank you. It's a pity they don't expand the hardening system, of course, not so as not to over harden some things. That would be really difficult. Well, you know, in addition to quenching, they're going to be introducing tempering too, which in a sense is kind of hardening. It does prevent breakage, essentially. All right, so let's do a little bit of cooking here. That we'll just eat. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let's go check the garden. Yeah. Our first harvest. Just in time, too. Good. Yeah, we really needed some extra food here. I think that's all, though. Not bad. Replant. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. It's a pity they didn't expand. Oh, wait, I just read that. That is why they did. Quenching can break the tool. That's right. That's what happens when it over hardens or hardens unevenly. Yeah, there's a % chance each time you quench for it to shatter, but by tempering it, you can reduce that shatter chance, although you can only temper your tool head or your blade or whatever it is as many times as you've quenched it. You know what I'm saying? So you can't just like temper. You have to do quench, temper. And each time you quench it, remember, there is a chance it's going to break. Even if you're tempering it, you're just lowering that chance, not totally eliminating it. So it's an interesting mechanic, and I know there are going to be players out there who really like try and push it, you know. They're going to try and quench as many times as they can without breaking. It'll be exciting to see. All right, so we got 24 turnips. Let's make a really crazy hearty stew with that. Bam, look at that. Right across the board. Oh, this is it, people. We're going to get some iron today. I am freaking determined right now. Nothing can stop me. That's you. Is medium fertile soil farming, or should I really look hard for high? No, medium's totally fine to start with. My recommendation is to get your seeds in the ground. Get some don't use low fertility though. Do not use low fertility. Medium, perfectly acceptable. That's what I'm using in my garden right now. And like I said, just get it in the ground. You know, maybe for like your second harvest, you can get some high fertility going. But yeah, just get those seeds in the ground, buddy. That's definitely the priority. But it's a good question. Yeah, if you're a new player and you got questions, feel free, shout them out. Either myself or somebody in chat can help you out, always. All right, let's put this down. Yeah, Vintage Story is punishing. It's got a learning curve to it. It's not the worst learning curve I've ever experienced, but you definitely have to pay attention and maybe even use some like outside resources like videos and Reddit and stuff, but you know, it's got a really great community, too, in my opinion, Vintage Story. So many great people who are always willing to help out and stuff. We got several of them here, in fact. All right, that's a good amount of boards. So I'm still trying to get more ladders made here before we head back out. I promise we are going back to the iron. I promise you. Okay, 52. Honestly, I don't love that. 58 is better. Well, we're going with some sticks. I honestly kind of feel like I probably need more support beams, too. Let's just grab the rest of the wood. You know, what's the reason in leaving this wood just sit here when I could be bringing it with me? Gold and silver has a % chance to spawn in any quartz, I believe. Quartz is a host rock. That's true. Hold on a sec. Watching on YouTube and on TV and jumping in here and saying, hi, what's up, Crow Fighter? Gonna watch while I try to get over the sneezing fits. Well, good luck, my friend. I hope you feel better. Sneezing's no fun. I mean, sneezing is fun like once, but when it happens more and more, I know it becomes really annoying. I had a buddy who had terrible allergies, and like back in like high school, he would stay the night, and every morning we would wake up, he would sneeze for like the first 10 minutes after waking up, just over and over sneezing. It was so bad. I felt so bad for the guy. He hated it. He's like, I hate sneezing. Like the stream. That's right. Subscribe, follow for more Vintage Story. Big Rod knows what's up. Yeah, appreciate you guys all coming by. 67 watching. That's pretty good. Oh yeah, less than 20 likes though. Let's see, Dawning. I'll join your multiplayer server. You are all going to be baffled at how I dig mine. 0 supports. I'd love to see that, Dawn. Let's see if you join the multiplayer. Well, hopefully one day you can. Let's see, history hobbying. What's up? Just found a quartz deposit with a ton of silver but no gold. Finding one but not the other is very sad. Gold is much more rare in quartz than silver. I think I've found silver multiple times in quartz, but the number of times I've found gold, I think, is only 2. Only twice that I've ever found gold in naturally in the wild. Most of the gold I find is from panning, but Yep. All right, guys. So, like I said, I am going to hop up real quick and just take a break, use the bathroom. I encourage you guys to grab a refreshment, but don't go anywhere because the stream will continue, and I will see you guys in just one moment. All right, everybody, we are back. Welcome. Thank you so much for sticking around and hanging out. If you've just joined the stream, we're about 2 hours or so in, but we are continuing on our hunt for iron today. Thank you, Rod. Yeah, let's get this fair. So I was actually thinking while I was up there, I think we really should go ahead and pour out another quick tin bronze pickaxe in case I do die. If the worst happens and all my stuff is left behind, at least then I will have a quick, tin bronze pick that we can actually get our stuff back, worst case scenario. So, in other words, we're going to delay our trip just a brief time longer, but I promise we're getting out there, people. We are. All right, so we need 2 pieces of cassiterite. But I appreciate everybody coming by. How y'all doing? Has anybody seen any good movies lately? I need something to watch on Hulu after the stream. No, I've got some stuff lined up, but let's see. All right, so we'll light this. Okay. Going to be streaming some Card Survival Tropical Island tomorrow, guys. If you're not familiar with that game, I definitely recommend you stop by and check it out. It is a really fun and challenging indie game, but it's very hard to describe, although worth taking a look at. Let me see, can I combine these? Yeah, there we go. And of course, my schedule for next week is already pinned in the chat for YouTube and for Twitch. So check that out if you're curious what I'll be streaming next week. Yeah, it's already ready to go. Oh, crap. Oh, it's always something with these stone tools. But that's what we're doing right now, is trying to get out of the Stone Age fully. That's the thing about copper and bronze. Like, even if you find a halfway decent strike, you're still usually kind of with 1 foot in the Stone Age, you know? You're still carrying around your flint, and maybe you still have some flint tools like I do. But once you get that iron strike, oh no, everything changes. All right, so let's finish this, and we're going to pull out that tin, or that black bronze. Get the mold ready. Okay, then that should be plenty of beams. Yeah. In fact, I probably don't need to bring all those with me. You know what I might do? In fact, I think we will do this. This is something commenters have recommended in the past. I think what we're going to do is bring a basket with us, and we'll leave this at the site of the mine shaft, so that I can put things like those beams and maybe some torches, just whatever else. Because if we do find an iron strike there, obviously we're going to be coming back, you know, so it's good to have a little storage option. Boom, let's go. All right, we've done it. Let's see. We've got ourselves a backup pickaxe now. Let me just take a quick stock at what we got for the hefty turnip. That's good. That's pretty good. God, my inventory is so full. If I do find some iron, yeah, I think bringing a storage retainer vessel is going to be important for us. All right, let's do it. It's a little bit late in the day, but like I said, if we get there in time, then we can just go underground. We don't have to worry about the time of day. We'll be living the dwarf life underground. All right, so to the east was this direction. Back the way we came from. Let's put those torches there. Oh, real quick, let me read. Card Survival Tropical Island is kind of all in the name. That's true. It's a very descriptive name. You actually rewatched 30 Days of Night and Darkness Falls the other night. That's interesting, Andy. That's a good one. Tadano Sensei, when you were talking about gold and silver and quartz, I can confirm that silver is much easier to find. Oh, yeah. Silver's, I don't want to say it's common, but if you take a nice pro pick to any quartz vein, like 1 out of 3 times, you're probably going to come across like a silver reading. It's not that difficult to find silver, but gold is much rarer, you know. It's exciting, though, when you find it. Okay, let's see. We have Hulu, Disney, and Netflix, but I'm usually watching your stuff, honestly. I love to hear that, Rod. That is so great, buddy. Rod's one of my best viewers, no doubt about that, and I appreciate him. All right, let's check the map. Yep, we're on track. No problem, everybody, no problem. I should probably carry the dirt with me. That's why Toolsmith was one of your favorite mods. It drastically extends the lifespan of your metal tools to the point where you have to turn down ore deposit values. Toolsmith moves most of your tools to avert issues to their handles, which makes it way easier. I think I've seen Lag Monster, one of my community members and Patreons. I think he played with that one, if I'm not mistaken. But it's one I'm definitely interested in. I love Smithing Plus. That's a really great mod. Is that one, would you say Toolsmith and Smithing Plus, do they work well together, Dawn? You want to watch Ella Enchanted again? It never gets old. I'm not familiar with Ella Enchanted, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's probably not one that I'm super interested in. But I shouldn't judge a movie by its title, you know. That is sacrilege. It pairs well with Smithing Plus. That's music to my ears. I love to hear it. All right, where the hell are we? Getting a little bit off track here. I think our marker's over here. Yeah, let's get lined up here. We're not far, we should be coming up to this big lake or ocean. Still not 100% sure what it is, but E4, yep, we're on track. That was, okay, let me reclaim this sign. Yeah, that was our minuscule iron. Actually, I don't care about that. Alright, let's keep going. Oh boy, look at my food, man. It's carrying that stupid charcoal pin in my offhand all the time. Really hurts, but okay, I think we can go without it, so let's put that away. Really, the problem is going to be food for us. I mean, we could spend all day, you know. I could spend another 2 hours below ground searching for hematite, except we're going to have to come up to eat occasionally. But we're here. This is the iron mine, people. Let's go. Alright, so you can reforge a damaged head, heat it back up, add bits instead of whole ingots to fill in damage. Bingo bango. Like a Cinderella spoof with a strong sense of justice. Well, maybe I will have to check it out. Alright, let's put this away. So, we'll go down. I'm thinking about leaving the basket here at the surface, but that's not really that helpful. Yeah, what's going on? Don't call me Surly. We do have the new map mod, Immersive Maps. And if anybody's interested, my full mod list is down in the description of the YouTube live stream. But it's okay. Don't call me Surly. It's fine. I mean, it's different than the craftable cartography mod, which is usually everybody's go-to mod for like replacing the map. Honestly, in future runs with Wilderness Survival, I'll probably switch back to craftable cartography instead of this one, but you know, this is still a very new mod, as you might be aware, so who knows, subject to change. You know, things can come up and maybe they'll add some new functionality to this one that will make me want to go with it. But yeah, it's a good one. I'm glad I have some sort of map in this world. All right, here we are. Copper tool head will outlive 2 of the best handles you can make. I've never broken an iron one. Interesting. Sometimes I miss the game systems of climbing 2 blocks. Sometimes when I go down somewhere without a pickaxe, without blocks. Huh. It kind of reminds me of Hightail, the way that they've introduced that little climbing feature where I think your character can climb up 4 blocks in Hightail. Isn't it 4? I think. All right. Thanks for coming by the stream too, everybody. Appreciate ya. Make sure you hit that like button. Follow me on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube. All right. So the last reading we got was here, hematite 7.8. And that was literally that sample right there. So let's push forward a little bit. What I'm obviously hoping is that this number keeps going up, up. And if we get to maybe like over a full percentage, then we'll sink a shaft and really start to dig around for it. And we just broke our pickaxe, so we're now working with our black bronze, but black bronze is the best, people. Of all the bronze variants, this is the highest durability, although I think it's very slight difference over the other 2 variants. But I know there's a bug where you can phase up an endless number to the surface. Oh, really? You mean a vintage story? Interesting. All right. Meteoric Steel now has an innate compatibilities with Smithing Plus and Toolsmith. That's awesome. Yeah, that's right. Anybody out there, have you guys heard of Meteoric Steel? Obviously, everybody knows of Meteoric Iron. It's part of the vanilla game, but there is a mod that introduces what I think is just a very natural progression of the metals, Meteoric Steel. Anybody familiar with that one? Because we are very honored to actually have the mod author here in chat, Big Zeke Manzarek, otherwise known as Degen Andy. is the mod author of Meteoric Steel. So big shout out to Andy. Yes, look at that. Hematite 1.18. Okay. Yeah, Andy's mod is great too. I've done a couple videos on it. I did like a full, not a full, like it was like a 15-minute, 10-minute video. Then I've done a couple of shorts on it too. But all right, let's see. It's time to sink a shaft, people. So we'll put that away. I like to keep my ladders right by my pick. Just makes it easier. I don't have to scroll back and forth as much. But this is it. Now, it still says it's very poor. So overall, 1.18 is not a great percent. You know, this is, if I was in a different world, I'd probably just scoff at this. But this is the best we've seen. And it's not impossible, you know. So in other words, I'm not going to waste too many ladders going down. But we will take a couple of short range. If we go down maybe a few dozen blocks, we'll take a couple of short range pro pick samples just to see. And if we don't get a hit, we'll come right back up and continue digging farther and farther. Like I said, it appears that the percent of hematite is trending upward in this direction that we're going, but that could suddenly change. There's no guarantee it'll keep going that way. Because iron nodes form in such massive disks, very poor reading doesn't matter. That's true. We, excuse me, we could be on like the very edge of it. That's right. And as long as we clip into some part of this ore disk, as Jaunt puts it, yeah, we'll be in it. We'll have tons of iron. If you find a small point of iron, you found the whole thing. It's all big. It's massive. And I'm excited to find some. So let's do it, people. All right, we feeling good? Should we hit it, make a reading? I have no idea what Z level we're at. Of course, we don't. That's the one thing about this map. It doesn't offer us any coordinates. Well, actually, wait. No, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, I can find out my coordinates. I'm curious about the Z level is all I really care about. Wait, if I hit P, add new waypoint. No, it shows me latitude and longitude. Never mind. That's not what I thought it was. Okay, never mind. Put that away. I thought it was going to give us our in-game coordinates, you know, but nope. All right, that goes back. That there. All right, let's take some samples. Switching it to short range. So here's how I like to do it. Water level's 110 by default. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for me to find out my level. All right, so we're going to take a short range here. We're going to take one in each of the 4 cardinal directions. God, I hate copper. Okay, so no ore there. I feel like I probably should have gone deeper, though. I'm being extra cautious about these ladders, but, I mean, ultimately, we can just go back to the surface, you know, and get more ladders. It'll just take some time. So maybe we should, if we don't get a reading here, we'll descend a little bit farther. Not too much, but one more reading, then we'll go back up and keep digging. I don't know, 1%, ugh. 1.18%. It's the best we've seen, though. You know, and it's not entirely uncommon to find other types of ore, too. Now, in this particular region, we've only got copper and magnetite, but, I mean, I've very often been, like, prospecting like this, and I'll come across bismuth or some sort of other ore. So maybe we'll find some copper. Unlikely. All right. Here, so we're on ladder 49. You know what? I guess there would be a way to count my Z levels. I'd have to do it manually and just start with a stack of ladders. Know how many I have when I start at ground level going down. Yeah, we could count it that way, but ultimately I'm just not going to bother with that. That's too much mental calculation for me. I'm just going to do it through feel. Boom. So I feel like we need to go down a few more blocks here. I don't stop taking readings until I find the hot spot. Oh, okay, of the heat map. Oh, what am I doing? So you're saying you don't stop until you find where it says like very high. very high readings. Vibes zone, that's right, Minnie. This is a vibes only kind of stream here. All right, so let's go down one more. Bing. And let's do it. Take some samples. Oh yeah, I found iron many times, many times. Until the readings start going back down. Yeah, we'll go back up, start digging under the lake here if we don't discover anything. Still feel like I'm not deep enough, but 43 ladders. Oh, what am I doing here? Temporal instability is counting backwards, though. It's 10 p.m., but we don't have to worry about nighttime. We're living in the eternal darkness of the underground, just like a true dwarf. Let's go. Nothing. This is the Zen moment of Vintage Story. As long as you got food and there's no drifters and stuff, you can just kind of veg out, explore, digging. I do kind of miss the old Minecraft days. You know, mining in Minecraft is very different. You basically just start the strip mining at a certain level to get diamond, but you know, it's very, you can really just get into a trance, more or less, playing that game. Let's do this. All right, how about a little bit of food? Rock and stone, buddy. Okay, we've got 2 more servants of the good stuff. By some stroke of misfortune, I don't land to strike on the peak. I start radiating outward. Oh, mining level up. Oh, so that's another one of the new mods that I'm trying out. It's called Seraph Leveling. So we started as a commoner, which means normally we would have no traits, right, as a commoner. But these are all vanilla traits which we acquire as we do the various different things, whether it's foraging or, you know, mining speed. So that's pretty cool. We're at 3% mining speed since starting. Not starting this mine, but since I struck my very first rock with my very first pickaxe, which really wasn't that long ago. All right, so we are now back closer to the surface. There should be a lake just above us. And the last reading we got at this level was 1.18. Very poor. Where is the fishing stats? Oh, there are no fishing stats. That's not a trait in vanilla as far as I'm aware of it. But maybe with 1.22 they'll add a fishing stat. I mean, that's funny though. And I don't stop drilling until I hit mantle. You know, I was thinking that actually I might do that the next time we sink a shaft. If we get a decent reading and I feel comfortable going for another shaft, I might actually just dig down to bedrock and start sampling from the bottom up, you know, because I think it will be closer to the bottom than it will to the surface, the iron itself. All right, let's take a reading here. Back. Excuse me. Thanks for joining me, though, everybody. It's great to hang out with you today here in the Vintage Story world. What did I say? Oh, you're right. The mantle. Correct. You're right. Okay. One more. Poor hematite, baby. So it went from 1.18 or something gross. Yeah, 1.18 to 1.14. And we have now graduated from very poor to poor. Doesn't sound promising, but that's actually amazing. We are hot on the trail of some hematite. I think we're going to go a little bit farther in this direction before we sink another shaft. But, I mean, things are working out the way that we want. Numbers go up. That's what we want. Maybe check above. I'm not sure what you mean, Faker Cakes, but as I've explained earlier, and I think Dawn has belabored the point too, when you're pro pig sampling, the Z level you're at does not make a difference. You will get the same percent reading no matter what height you're at. it's going to sample the entire shaft in that position. So from top to bottom. All right, let's see. Keep going a little bit. I'm curious about our map position. Where is it? Too many stones here. Too many damn stones. But I'm also too much of a pack rat to get rid of them. Okay, where's the charcoal? Gonna get dark for a second, but we can put that down. Okay, yeah, so our marker on the thing is just right over here. I almost feel like we might be better off branching in a perpendicular direction. Go like under more of the lake here. Because now we're starting to get more towards the land. But, well, maybe I'm overthinking it. Because like I said, all that matters is the number. And if the number's going up, as it is, that's what we should stay focused on for now. If that number starts to shift, then maybe we'll think about branching. Even just these one buys. What do you mean, one buys? Not only radius of check place. I don't know what that means. Okay. Edge of the disc is still money. That's true. That's true. Yeah, if we can just touch the disc, we'll be good. All right. Yeah, we're dealing with a lot of cracked stone, though. The instability here is pretty bad. Okay, let's eat again. Whoop. What? What was that? Did a drifter just throw a stone at me? I just took a bar of damage. What was that? I started to eat and then I took a bar of damage for no apparent reason. You stoned yourself somehow. I must have. All right, so let's go ahead and try another reading at this position. Long range. Good to go. Two more. I need to... someone's told me before, but what's the exact minimum distance between pro picks? Is it 4 or is it 3? This is 3. Looks like it's 3. Oh, okay. Yeah, no good. No good. So our hematite has gone down significantly. Magnetite's spiking back up, though. You know what? Let's go... I think I might go ahead and sink a shaft. This is where we took that one sample that was our best one so far that was in the pour. Before we actually do start to branch off, yeah, we'll sink a shaft here. Now, I've got 43 ladders, which is just not going to be enough. 49. Well, let's just use them. We're just going to use them. All right. Go. Yeah, I feel like going from very poor to poor, it's a good place to check. Maybe that transition point indicates, you know, the presence of something detectable. If we're thorough enough here, but we're just going to go down, down, down. Everybody's got suggestions. I appreciate you guys' suggestions, but ultimately, I am the one playing. So, you know, backseat gaming, it's one thing people choose to do in chat. Certainly, certainly. Okay, let's slap down some ladders. Here we go. Oh, the rope ladders. Yeah. Just extra materials for the same thing. I rarely use boards for ladders in previous runs, but now on second thought, like after contemplating it, I think boards are better just because ultimately once you get to that point where you can mass produce the boards, it really is just better because sticks are annoying. But I still don't have a pair of shears yet, too. That would change the stick picture if I was not. Okay, let's drop a few more blocks here. All right. Yeah, not having those coordinates up here under the mini-map really makes a difference. All right, let's drop that. Wouldn't it be nice if we just dug like right into it? Didn't even have to use the pro pick. Oh my gosh. I can dream, people. I can dream big. All right. Yeah, our temporal stability is rolling pretty good too, so that's a consideration as well. We can't simply stay down here forever, but I'm gonna try this. Let's go. Speaking of boards, that reminds me, it was mentioned that sawmills will be in 1.22, but I'm trying to think of for what function. Really? I don't remember sawmills mentioned in the patch notes, although again, I could be my memory is failing, because that does often happen, but yeah, sawmills would be cool. I know that water wheels were mentioned. Meteoric steel shears for the win. 11,000 durability. Okay, now we're getting into some andesite. Now, I'm pretty sure, but let me just look up. Okay, that's hematite and granite. Hematite and phyllite. So it does not appear that hematite will generate an andesite rock. Right? That's limestone. Granite. Sandstone. Peridotite. Phyllite. Nope. Well, that means we've gotten to a place where there's not going to be any. Magnetite. Good thinking, Rod. Andesite. You know what? I was also thinking it still might be worth our while to go deeper, because we could just get through this. This could just be a layer, you know? Maybe there's more granite below our feet. But magnetite's a possibility too. And I've already sank half my stack of ladders in this, so I feel like we might as well keep going a little bit. I am really curious about the, I want to take a sample. Maybe we'll just take a sample here. Oh, deeper we dig, you know it. Let's go, let's go. Still seeing a whole bunch of andesite, though. Nope. Gotta conserve every little ladder piece. Come here, give me the ladder. All right, down we go. Worth going a little further. I think so. This was the side of our best reading, but it was still a poor reading. Beggars can't be choosers, though. I'll take a poor reading over a minuscule reading 100 times. +1. All right, let's see. It's 4:30 in the morning, so this is kind of good timing when we need to return to the surface, which will be shortly. At least we'll have some light. We won't have to be stressing out. Okay, and I'm starting to hear the effects of my temporal instability too. In other words, I can hear that music. Oops, what the hell am I doing? I don't know if you guys can hear that, but that starts to indicate that, yeah, we might get extra spawns and stuff. Let's just take a sample here. It's not ideal, but we'll just try it. Do I have any tips for mining sulfur? Look for sandstone. You know, again, Fitness Forager, I don't know if you just saw what I did there, but one thing you can do, because not all ores generate in all different types of stone, make sure you look up what, you know, in the handbook, sulfur, and then look at the parent stone. So make sure that you're not digging in an area of rock which doesn't actually host the stuff you're looking for. You know, so sulfur, I usually find it in sandstone areas just because sandstone is usually pretty prevalent. But make sure you're in that guidebook looking at the host stones for whatever ore material you're looking. Oops, damn it. That would probably be the best I could give. Maybe there's more specific tips regarding that, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, a native copper, medium amounts. Hello, hello. I am happy to see that. I'm very happy to see that. We're not going to spend time because I'm actually getting a little bit worried about my stability now, but I'm going to leave a sign here. I'll probably have to leave a sign at the top of the ladder too to remind myself that the copper is down here, but who knows, maybe we'll get a magnetite strike. Native copper, medium amounts, that's good. That's a good sign that it's in multiple directions like that. Yeah, I think we've probably come across our next source of copper down here at least. Oh, now look at my pro pick. My prospecting pick is about to break. That'll be alright. This thing will hold up a lot longer than a regular pick, though. Damn it. Barely catching the edge of that. Alright, we gotta get to the surface after this. I know that noise, the thunder. It really strikes underground. No, the sound in this game is really weird. Like, you can hear things on the surface just as well super far below ground as you can, like, right next to them on the surface. It's bizarre, but... Alright, so I'm going to take this off just to conserve food. So we're kind of staring at a black screen for right now, guys. I apologize for that, but... We're going to be getting to the surface here. Actually, I guess what I can do is just put it in my offhand. That's acceptable. There we go. All right. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to need to get some more ladders now. Damn it. I almost feel like we should return home and grab some more boards. Because if I just spend the day, like, collecting sticks... That could take forever. I don't want to run back home, though. Here's one thing. All right, so... Yeah, my inventory is crazy full. I've got an idea. Here's what we'll do. Okay, we've got a bit of instability. Let's not play around with that. Here's what we're going to do. Okay, and boom. All right, so now I don't need to leave a sign because I'll know that this is the place where we found that copper strike. Put that there. Let's put that in there. Okay. Make ourselves a little room. All right, let's go back to the surface. Yeah, my temporal stability is very slowly recovering, but we still need ladders too, so ladders. Found sulfur in a chunk and it's just a pain to prospect for sulfur. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sulfur doesn't usually occur in like large quantities either, so it is tough to find it. It's going to be much tougher than something like hematite. Speaking of the hematite, you know what I was thinking as we were traveling up that ladder? Might not be a terrible idea to just like swim over and take maybe some samples here, because just digging there takes forever. But I don't know, we're here for ladders on the surface, so let's stay focused on that. Alright, so visibility is absolute trash right now. Put those back. Alright, I'm gonna try and stick close to the mine, but I might have to venture out for some food, too. I've seen bombs used to kind of leapfrog certain progression. For instance, if you want to make those really nice sturdy backpacks, but you don't have steel yet, because you need titanium ore, I believe. Isn't that right? Is it titanium? Or no, it might be the chromium is what you need for the backpacks. Titanium is for the level 3 refractory bricks. But if you have bombs, you can still explode titanium, and I think chromium too requires steel. I might be wrong on that, but so you could use the bombs theoretically to get around some of the requirements for certain ores and stuff, but ultimately I think that the steel making process is fun. I like it. It's a good activity, but like I said, it's chrome. Yeah, I wish that there was some sort of like difficult enemy or something that would require you, or that would, you know, make you, give you more of an incentive to make steel. I mean, as it stands, you could probably go through the Resonance archives with full iron as a single player and just roll through that place pretty easily. There might be a couple of spots where you struggle with like scorpion locusts, like in the mines, but alright, let's see. 89 viewers read on. Thanks, Kenny. That's great. Thanks everybody for dropping in too. Gonna be streaming some more Vintage Story next week. And of course my streaming schedule is pinned in chat, so check that out everybody. But I'm thinking we'll get back into the 1.22 releases next week. We'll see how things go, but yeah, definitely if they release like another patch, maybe if they add those procedural dungeons or the rivers to the world, I'm going to be very interested. Alright, what are we looking at? 26? It's not bad. We're getting back. We're getting back there, people. How difficult, hard is it to find Chrome? You know, Lucky Luke, I've never personally found it. I know that I've played on multiplayer servers where people have found it before. It's fairly rare, yeah. It's again, I've found titanium before, but I've never come across chromium. I'm curious, actually, now that we're talking about it. I wonder what kind of rock it spawns in. So chromium only spawns, oh, oops, and like 3 different kinds of stone, I think. Maybe there's more than that. Andesite, granite, basalt. Yeah, there's like 5 different types. Kimberlite, that's an interesting stone. I don't think I've ever seen kimberlite before. Huh. Either way, there's so much in this game. It's crazy. Especially once you start looking at the different types of alcohol. Makes you think, what the hell, man? Is Tyron a lush? Why did he include 40 different kinds of booze? Especially when there's really not much to do with it. But no, I do appreciate the variety. I love it. There's like, what, 60 different kinds of mushrooms, and they just added like 9 more varieties of hallucinogenic. It's crazy. I think there's like 120 different species of butterflies in the game, or some crazy number like that. Yeah, the butterflies, just for joy, yeah. And really, and you can collect butterflies too. There's a butterfly net, and you can mount them in frames and display them in your house and stuff. And there's different rarities. Some butterflies are like really hard to find. It's crazy. I was told this story before, so I'm sure some folks have heard it, but the butterflies are what basically are responsible for Vintage Story. When Tyron was first getting into modding, his wife, and they were playing Minecraft together, his wife wanted a mod for butterflies. And so that was the first mod that Tyron ever developed. And we still see those same butterflies in the game today, obviously. That's what started the Vintage Story journey from Minecraft to where we're at. You want that sturdy backpack, but it is more rare late game than steel? Yeah, 100% Lucky Luke. Yeah, no, it's not that difficult to get into steel. All you really need is quartz, and what's the other one? the redstone, not andesite, but you know what I'm talking about. Bauxite. You need just quartz and bauxite to get into steel, really. You know? As long as you got iron already, obviously. What's up, old Greg? How's it going, buddy? Welcome to the stream. All right, we're racking up the sticks. See, I thought it would take much longer, but it's not even 11 a.m. yet. And bauxite, yeah. You know what I just recently learned was that apparently bauxite is one of the rocks that doesn't spawn any ore. Like, there's no ore that spawns in bauxite. Or maybe there's like one, right? Adding olivine really increases the amount of steel you can get without interruption. That's true, yeah. And then, of course, olivine will give you tier 2 refractory. And then titanium is where you're going to get that tier 3, which is the best. The top dog. Blue cheese is really... Blue cheese is end game when you're a chef, like me. Yeah, all these people talking about steel and making sturdy backpacks. Here I am thinking about stinky cheese. No, olivine's not really that hard to find. If you can find some peridotite, then dig around. You'll probably find the olivine crystals. And it's pretty stuff. I like the peridotite, the green stone. I might be mispronouncing that, I don't know. But I like it. It's good for chiseling projects. Hey, look at that. We got some berries up here. Can we feed ourselves? Yeah. Okay, beautiful. Wait, why am I stopping? There's the mine shaft. Walking speed just leveled up. Let's go. Let's get a few more ladders. If I'm going back below ground, I want to be prepared here. I want to have to come back up here in 5 minutes. Suavite has the least generations. You can only find diamonds in Suavite too. Yeah, I wish there was more use for the gems, for the precious stones in this game. Other than what? Just like trading to the traders? Is that it? I think that's like the only use, right? Maybe there's some other like clothing, but yeah, I don't know. Although, you know, in some ways, if you think about it, it's like, well, what the hell is there a use for like precious gemstones in like a post-apocalyptic world? Who cares about those, you know? Give me some, like, crop seeds. Crop seeds would be, like, the real gemstones, you know, in post-apocalypse. All right, let's go below. We're looking at 44 ladders. Nope. We're looking at 53 ladders. And now it's time to go off the beaten path a little bit. So I think we're going to go to where the basket is. Here. Gem refining, yeah. Let me line the lantern with them. Oh, that would be cool. Or like stained glass, like in Terraria. Yeah, that would be neat too. I mean, that's still technically just aesthetic, but I'd be okay with some stained glass, no doubt about it. All right, so temporal instability is pretty high, but with this beam, can I not walk under it? Should be safe. Mining just leveled up again. 4% mine speed. Let's go. Now, wait. Is this even the right direction, though? Or do I want to go in that direction? I don't know. Hold on. X place. X. Okay. Ooh, I think I might be going in that direction now. It's kind of hard to tell until I make a bit more progress. X over. Suavite is caused by the meteoric iron. That's right. Suavite is an impact stone. Yeah. Only created during high impact events like meteorite or comet strikes. Chicken milk. I was watching this little documentary on Louis the 16th, the Sun King of France, who ended up with some like extremely bad health issues, you know, in a time where like bleeding people was the #1 treatment. But apparently they used to feed him mule's milk. Mule's milk was considered to have like special healing properties and stuff. But yeah, I doubt that's true. All right, let's see what we're looking at here. Uh-huh. Yeah, I think we're going the wrong way. But you know what? There is no wrong way unless the readings tell me that. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to continue to proceed in this direction for about another dozen stone blocks. Jesus, look at the durability already. God damn. And then we're going to take a sample. We're not going to dig a shaft. We'll just take a sample at this level. Socket and gem refining sounds very good. Jeez, I spun a box sack biome. Never seen it go for milk, but I have many chickens. That's awesome, Luke. It sucks not being able to get those goats, though. Milk is such a precious commodity, and then you're always looking at your dairy bar thinking, man, I wish I could fill up that dairy bar. All right. Let's go a little bit deeper in. Does meteoric iron spawn in small quantities only? Fairly. I think the most I've ever seen, like the largest meteoric I've seen was maybe like 8 blocks, and that's on the very high end. But I don't know, maybe there's some other folks in chat with more experience on that. Let's see. Okay, yeah, the direction is towards the land, isn't it? But we'll still take a sample. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. It's not guaranteed that the hematite's going to be stronger, like, under the water. That's just kind of my thinking. Sample too far away from... Okay, whatever. Wait. 1, 2, 3. Uno, dos, tres. Oh, gems in the armor gloves. Infinity. That's awesome. So, yeah, we're not having any better luck in that direction. So let's go back. Yep, now we'll just go off in this direction here, I think. Yeah, this is hard to do. There we go. Wait, that's not what I want. Okie dokie. Good. Now, we'll dig off in this direction. The largest vein of meteoric iron I've ever found was 12, but the 2 largest I ever found was 6, so I'm thinking I was super lucky to find 2 6s side by side. There you go, yeah. What the hell am I... This beam is like preventing me from going in here. I thought the beams were invisible. What the... Better not freaking collapse on me right now. What the hell was that? Yeah, I thought these beams were invisible. I think I'm hitting on the end of it, though. Anyway, okay, we got past it. Let's go. So we'll go out a fair distance in this direction, maybe about a dozen blocks or so. But now we're going to have to return home to make another pickaxe. Of course, we got a backup there, but man, oh man. We might have to return to the copper strike, or to the copper readings, see if we can find that. Well, no, I mean the bulk of the beam is invisible. Well, when I say invisible, I mean you can walk through it. You can phase through it. I think it's just this very end piece where you interact with it that's causing me to hit my head. Oh, yeah, I could have just crouched under it probably. Whoopsie. I like to go about things the most difficult way possible. I swear, though, I have like, my brain has a block on figuring out just the simplest things. Salty's tool mod. What's that one all about? All right, how far are we? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Americans, LOL. Tim Ferguson's, how's it going? In my current world, I lucked out and spotted a bit of meteoric iron peeking out of a tiny cave. Yeah, that is lucky when you can see it right on the surface like that. I've seen that happen too. Sometimes the meteoric iron will not be buried, but it'll be like just sticking out. Let's keep going a little bit farther. All right, food-wise, yeah, I'm totally out of food too. We are going to have to resurface and go home, sadly. Damn it, I was hoping we could find iron today. I mean, we're on track. I think we're on track. Let's see. Maybe we can sink a shaft here if we get good readings. A long range. Okay, 3, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2. All right. Oh, decent hematite. Yes. Yeah. All right, hold on. Let's put... I don't know, this is a race against time here, people. My stomach. Maybe we can fill it with some of the delicious hematite ore that's down here. I know it's down here. All right, so we're just going to sink this shaft until... Oh, my God. What just happened, dude? Did it just fall upwards and hit me? I just took a damage from anti-gravity right there. The stone fell up. Did you see that? Am I hallucinating? What's going on, Magdalia? We're defying the laws of physics here, people. Oh, my God. Since when... Oh, there's a chest right there. What the hell is happening? I just got a resonator and a feather and a tuning cylinder. Holy crap-a-doo. So there's a whole ruin structure down here. That's probably why it collapsed, because it was hollow below it, right? Or no, it's not actually hollow. What the hell is happening? I feel like I ate some more of those hallucinogenic mushrooms, guys. Can we confirm or deny that? Did I start tripping out all of a sudden? Bing. I'm just going down. I'm just going. I'm not going to take any readings because that takes too much time. We're going to sink this shaft, and then we'll probably have to come back. I did find buried treasure. That was wild. It's just a single chest. Only one chest in the stone. That was it. Just one chest in the stone. Only ever seen that once before, and that was recently in my 1.22 world. The game dev is messing with me, apparently. Bro, I just got a resonator out of that, though. My inventory's full, too. All right, so... Oh, I might have to resurface just because of food. There might be some berries at the top, but it's not going to really help. Let's see... Yeah, I did find just a little 1x1. I think it was technically 1x2, wasn't it? Yeah, because it was too deep. It was a chest sitting on top of an aged wooden plank block. So it was technically 2x1, but same difference, really. All right, we're not splitting hairs here. Only one chest in stone. Yeah, just the one. It was bizarro, wasn't it? It did happen to me in my 1.22 playthrough. And it was real close to the surface, too, when that happened. So it's not the first time I've seen it. All right. I think we got to go back. All right, let's see. You know what? There's going to be some berries up there. So let's just take some samples real quick. Yeah, there could be a translocator, like an actual proper little ruin structure like you're more used to seeing back there. That could be. Although now I don't have a clue where it was, like at what depth that was. But either way, if we found a translocator, that would be interesting. I would definitely take it, but obviously we would come back. All right. Treasure map destination. Perhaps some stone from the cave that blocked out the rest of the area. I'm not sure what you mean. Okay. Yeah, in my recent 1.22 stream, we were digging out right at the surface, literally on top of a hill, and I was working on my base, and I dug up a single treasure chest. And it was funny, too, because it had an iron hammer in it, so it actually kind of helped me leapfrog progression, so it's not the first time. It's definitely something that's a part of normal world generation. Whether it's a bug or not, I don't know, but it's a feature. It's something that's in there. Sorry, I just want to get these stone. All right, I don't care about the stone. Let's go. We're starving here. Oh, wait. It was in the cracked granite? Yeah, this is all cracked granite. This is cracked granite. Okay, so we got food. We got to get some food. Not too bad, though. So, yeah, again, I won't forget that is the way to the iron. That should be easy without okay, Todd Howard. Listen, I was president of the chess club in high school. Okay, it just works, people. It just works. You gotta love Todd Howard memes. Okay, yay. What time is it? 5. Oh, we have to go home. Even if I found like a handful of berries to feed myself, I'm still not. I don't have the inventory right now. So. Let's see, I hate that. Let's go ahead. This here, we're probably going to be starving for most of the run too, people. But yeah, let's go. Maybe, hold on, maybe I can find some raspberries. There was a couple of bushes over here. Did I leave any? I don't see any berries. Darn it. Okay. Oh my god, there's rabbits everywhere. Yep, we're on track. Desperate for a berry bush right now. Oh, nice juicy deer. I don't have any way to actually hunt that thing. Alright, we're moving, people. Hopefully there's a little bit of food at home. Go, deer. Run into my pit. Think I can take him out? Why don't you turn and fight me, bro? Quit grunting. That's right. Come to me. Huh. Well, we'll just take the meat home. Nice. Yeah, we'll just take that home. Worry about cooking that when we get back. Alright, let's go. So if you didn't know, it's kind of hidden. You can hit X to quickly swap torches to your offhand. Absolute lifesaver. Absolutely. That's a good tip. Alright. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, and also it's important to note, too, that carrying things in your offhand makes you hungrier. It increases your food depletion rate, too. So it's important to balance that, not do it too much. But I kind of have to do it for this charcoal pencil because of my map. But honestly, I think we're probably good. I can probably get there without it. Yes, it does. It makes you hungrier quicker. Yup. Dearly departed. Rod swooping in with the puns, buddy. I love it. Look, just as the sun is setting, you can see one of my stupid pillars. Found some. Ooh. I don't think I picked those up. Get rid of that feather. 9 pieces of red meat, though. That's pretty decent, you know? We're going to be able to make some seriously thick stew when we get home. Let's go. I don't have to listen to him complain. And I'm at like 50% health here, people. I almost just died. But I didn't. We survived. Take the map off. Here we go. Excuse me. Those new windmill restrictions mess with old windmills. Do you think people will build communal windmills on servers or just space out their builds? It's a tough one. Although, excuse me again, I know that for me, for my sake, when I establish another multiplayer server, we're going to be installing the Millwright mod, which is a great mod, and it really alleviates a lot of those problems with the power of the windmills. Yeah, I mean, in some ways it kind of makes windmills a little bit overpowered, not even going to lie, but it's still one of those mods. Once you've played with it, it's kind of hard not to, you know. It's kind of hard to set it aside after you've played with it a bit. All right, so. Okay, let's put this away. We got to manage our inventory just like everything else. These need to get planted. All right, let's start some food here. Okay, that's not what I want. That's nice. That's 30% spoiled. Okay. Let's get that going. Oh man, now I've got this this resonator in my inventory. Hold on. What do I do with this thing? I can't hear it. Is it because I have my music turned off? Wow, you gotta turn that up real loud. The songs in Vintage Story are kind of low volume. I know that from editing the soundtrack. I always have to turn them up really, really loud. That's not bad volume. All right, we'll listen to that. Okay, let's keep working here, people. Put that down. Let's grab some peat from the ground. Put that in there. Stinky peat. Man, imagine how bad this little house smells. I'm just constantly lighting peat up in here. Eating mushroom stew. Oh, it's a smelly little house, but it is our house. We live here. I'm not going to complain too much. Oh, you know what? I should have used this aged wooden plank. Wait a second. Hold on. Go back here. Yeah, we'll put this on that. That seems appropriate. Bing. Boom. Whoops. How dare you? Bam. Boom. It's always the same song, too, right? You got to get a different one of these little cylinders for each musical piece, I think, right? All right. Rawhides, those go in. You know what? God, we need to find some borax and get this leather production started, man. It's a real shame that I haven't been able to do that yet. But all right, a couple of things to make now. Probably going to whip together another pro pick. Oh, I just put that away. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Yep. I'm actually... Wait, is that really all the copper I have? Wow. Wow. We are going to have to go back to that copper load, I guess, after all. I've got that. We do have an extra pickaxe, obviously, but the pro pick is getting very low. 28 durability on that sucker. There's nothing in there. Grab that. Wow. Now I'm tempted to go back and just try and grab some more copper. Well, I mean, when we go back, we'll be looking for both, but... Let me think here. Let me think about this. Well, we'll head out again in the morning. Maybe. What's the lore behind how the cylinders work? Is it magnetic or something? Looks mechanical. Oh, it's got these little fins in the back, which are kind of bobbing up and down. That kind of reminds me of a bow torn a little bit, doesn't it? Does that look like, am I crazy? Doesn't that kind of remind you of the back of a bow torn or something? Is it clipping into the top of that? think it is partially, but that's okay. All right, all right, all right. Definitely need more food when we venture out. Let's see, it's 22. Pretty dark out there. Let's go to sleep. And in the morning, we're going to check our garden because there might be like some turnips and stuff, I think, that are just about ready for harvesting. Cook that other meat, you can carry it in the bowl. Yeah, I think we're going to try and make some stew with that little bit of meat. We're definitely going to cook it, though, for sure. All right, let's eat. See, all that stew is now gone, basically. Yeah, let's go check our garden. Maybe I'll do some more hunting today, actually. Take a little break from the mining. All right, what are we looking at? Oh, very high rift activity. Yikes. Nice. Turnips saving the day. Turnips, the unsung hero of Vintage Story. Beautiful. And got a few more. This right here is why you got to get those crops in the ground as soon as you can. Don't waste time. Just plant, plant, plant. Try not to use low fertility soil, but look at that. I got a stack plus 19 turnips. Our food days, our food troubles are over, people. Oh, I love it. I almost need to make a second cooking station now, don't I? Maybe get a cooking pot and... Alright, I'll stop bragging. No, that doesn't work, does it? Okay, so we'll just do a quick one portion, and then we'll make a beefy turnip stew. Delicious. So, Cylinder tells the Resonator how to pull the song from the Resonance archives, which is actually how it's stored. Oh, that's interesting. So it's more of like a remote type situation. Yeah, this is like the machine in the middle of the archives. That's exactly what it is for sure. Don't call me Shirley, 100%. Like the one you talked to at the end. Yeah, spoilers. Turnips are great. Yeah, plant again and you get another crop by winter for sure. All right, so with that amount of turnips, we don't need to go hunting. But while that's cooking, let's go plant 12 birch. Yeah, I got these from all the sticks that I collected earlier. Man, I got trees planted everywhere, and I don't think a single one of them has sprouted yet. Been planting seeds galore. Johnny Appleseed. Parsnips. No, those guys were there. Parsnips are kind of garbage, though, aren't they? Like, that's the one vegetable that pigs won't eat, are parsnips, which is funny to me, because pigs will eat anything, bro. Like, in real life, you can feed pigs anything. But they won't eat parsnips. What's that tell you about the beleaguered parsnip? Oh, it's too bad. It's too bad. So sad. Whoop. All right, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're waiting for that food. Boy, oh boy. I wish I could pan up some more copper real quick, but that's kind of stupid. Hello, Mr. Mushroom. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Let me think for a second. Oh, I can hear the music, just very, very faintly. Oh, I think it's actually the music now in-game. Oh, it's hard to tell. I always keep the music turned off so that when I cut together the recordings and editing, it doesn't sound all weird and it doesn't like cut music off in the middle of the song. That's why I never have it on, but... Oh, I'm running low on peat. Bam. Let's go, people. You know parsnips are poisonous. Oh, is that what it is? No, I didn't know that. I did not know that. See, figured they were just using resonance as a fancy word, like how Legend of Zelda uses pictographs, calls photos pictographs. All right, let's see. Close it. Oh, actually, I guess I'll keep the parsnip seeds. There's only 2 of them. Keep them in case of a rainy day or something, I guess. Alright, back in we go. Close her up. Oh, man. Let me think here. Let me think. Damn, I only have 11 pieces of copper. I mean, I don't even have enough tin to make one. Even if I wanted to use, like, all my tin, I couldn't. That's not enough. Well, it's sad, but true. But like I said, we do hopefully have a source of some copper, so. Alright, I think I have an idea. That has a half a serving. They're made for rooting. I know, it seems bizarre, but who knows? Maybe parsnips evolved near like pigs or something, and so they specifically evolved some sort of chemical that like prevents pig or that makes pigs sick. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. They're toxic and dangerous. It doesn't say why. Yeah, it does say blistering in the mouth. Oh, okay. It contains furocumarians, which cause severe blisters in the mouth and throat. Huh. Yeah, I wonder why the parsnip would have evolved to have that toxin in the first place. Maybe it is because of the presence of pigs. Alright, so that's a 2. So let's do 2 more. No. Bing, bing. Okay. Put those away. Beautiful. That's cooking. So, we're going to take 2 full crocks with us. And plus, I guess that one there. Let's see. Do need some more sticks, but what time is it? Yeah. Let's collect some sticks if possible. Plants fight dirty in every way. Yeah. Now, I've heard before that things like tobacco, or I should say nicotine, like evolved as like a natural insecticide in the plant, in the tobacco plant. I also think citrus, like the citrusy nature of certain fruits, is partially for insecticide. I could be wrong on that, but let's see. Remember the top weather audio was coming from Terraria. Oh yeah, yeah. The weather in this game is very loud, for sure, no doubt about it. I think we need to go to the actual what's going on here? There we go. Wrong way. See how this is going. Okay, so that's finished. Let's conserve our peat. Pour that in. Good. So we've got 2 full crock pots. That's a lot. That's 8 servings of hearty turnip stew. Yeah. So that'll be the food that we take with us. I think we should definitely get some more ladders for this trip. Man, wouldn't it be great if I could look into some more copper, some surface copper or something? Portal. Yeah, I'm thinking if we go up to the side of this hill and chop down a few trees, we'll get some sticks and wood, but oh, what if I just stumble into some copper? Stumble into some mushrooms. Alright, I'll go just grab this one. Oh, no! I have my dirt in my hand. Where you at, Piglet? Are you coming for me again? Maybe I'll try and take him out. Oh, he's got babies. Wish I had my spears with me. I know he's just trying to defend his little babies, but How dare he strike me in anger. That's right. He does hit hard. Took 2 hits, took more than 50% of my health. The healing has really been nerfed, too. I don't know where he went. Oh, there he is. Got a rabbit chasing him. Nice. Well, we got some extra food. Oh, you know what? That was actually incredibly stupid of me. I should have saved that pig and put a fence around it. That was a wild sow. Damn it. Yeah, damn it, Mini Mongoose. Oh. Yeah, there's a boar right there, too. Crap it. Oh, damn it all, Mini Mongoose. Too late is right. See, my intensely violent nature just took over. I couldn't help myself. I got attacked by that pig, and I just had to seek revenge. Like a predator. Alright, let's see. Gosh darn it. That's okay, that's okay. We'll have plenty of... there's plenty other pigs in the sea, right? Isn't that how the expression goes? So, we'll get them. We'll find our Miss Piggy. Listen, that pig had a bit of an attitude. I don't know if you guys picked up on that, but she was giving me the side eye. I don't like her. That's right, I saw red. like one of those Viking berserkers. Just see red. Alright, let's go. Yeah, that wasn't my Miss Piggy. I don't know who that was, but that wasn't my Miss Piggy. Alright, so we're cooking up her little body parts right now. Delicious pig stew. Oh, man. Midwest rapid response. Yeah. Pigs can really F you up if it makes... yeah. Oh, definitely makes sense. They're dangerous for sure. I think that the new models, too, kind of demonstrate that a bit more. Obviously, they're not necessarily any more dangerous with the 1.22 update. They just look a little bit more fierce. So, yeah, I think that the new look of them really does illustrate things. Like the dangerousness of the boar. Alright, let's see. Do you like QPC's Chisel mod, Fitness Forager? Yes, I do. That's an amazing mod. It is going to be really hard to play on the top server and do chiseling without it. Although there is a chisel mod that is allowed on that server, but it does not have anywhere near the functionality of the QPC chisel mod. Yeah, that's a great mod. I know Mini Mongoose, too. She's a wonderful chiseler, very creative person, and she likes that mod a lot, too. Yeah, that's going to be one of those that's going to be tough to play without, but I'm up for the challenge. Alright, so, well, we're actually at a point in our lives now where we have an abundance of food. It's kind of shocking. Get rid of that. Okay, so... how are we looking, people? The prospecting pick, I can't do anything about it. We do need more sticks, though. I didn't actually chop down a single tree, did I? I just got into a stupid fight with a pig. Are we totally out of boards now? I think we are. Alright, well, let's spend a little bit more hours of daylight actually chopping wood instead of fighting. Stupid pig. Caused me all kinds of distress. Turn up supremacy. That's what I should have done. Instead of fighting that pig after it attacked me, I should have just walked away, gone home, got my parsnips, and then returned and fed that bastard pig some parsnips. That's what I should have done. But I didn't, because I wasn't thinking it through. I fell into the red rage, and I just lapsed into berserker mode. You like the paint scraper in QP's Chisel. Chisel Wiz is interesting, but it works slower and has less functions. Yeah. It's kind of shocking, though, in my opinion, just based on the functionality that I did see with that one, that it's strictly client-side. It's kind of amazing that they were able to make that mod and keep it strictly client-side. But hey, I'm glad they've got at least something, you know. I think the ability to just save chiseled blocks is a big deal. You know, that one particular function alone is massive. But yeah, there's some other great features in QP that just lacks. All right, axe head. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, chiseling is one of those aspects of this game. Like when I first started playing, I knew that chiseling existed. I knew what it was, but I was real hesitant to get into it myself. I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I can actually do anything, you know, worthwhile. But once you start messing around with it, man, it is so fun. If you're creative at all, you know, if you've got that creative urge, then chiseling is amazing. And I really hope that they do add some sort of like painting to the game too. You know, that's actually something that you could kind of do with QP's chisel mod. You know, there's a feature where you can, instead of actually placing blocks, you can just color the blocks. But yeah, that'll be fun if we ever get something like that. The copy paste feature, shape and material. Yeah. I always say that the author, the QP chisel mod, I don't know his name, but that dude is a genius. I mean, the amount of work he's put into his mods, because he has other mods too. Yeah, the dude is very high functioning. You did your first oven-facing chisel. Q Danny DeVito. I get it meme. Nice. Yeah, that's a great reason to chisel. Because when I chisel, I usually do it for like, I'm going to make like a little sculpture. But just using the chiseling feature for like decorating the house or making your kitchen look more of like a lived-in space. Yeah, it's really great for that, for sure. I saw that block right there. I thought it was another pig. All right. I think that the author of that meteoric steel is a genius too. All right. So we'll chop this one down. That's probably enough wood. Just wanted to make some boards so that we can get some more ladders going. We're planning a big iron strike, people. I'm not going to be happy until we're swimming in the red stuff. Hey, what's going on there in Coated Ink? How you doing, my friend? Thank you so much for dropping by the stream. Uh-oh. It's all coming down around me. The hillside, it's falling. Hey, what's going on there? Instinctive. Wait, let me read your name. Instinctive Notation. Oh, okay. Instinctive Notation. Oh, that's a bot. Hold on. I just read your name. Now let me ban you. Boom. Okay. Hello. Put that there. All right, we're good. We're back. Let's go. I also know that there's a client-side mod that lets you import files. Vintage Story for chiseling. People have designed stuff for their 3D printer. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that would be amazing. Hammer time. That's right. I was like, oh, he's got a cool name. And then he's like advertising something in chat. Well, at least it's over on Twitch. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, you don't see bots too much on YouTube, do you? Actually, I guess that's not entirely true. I used to see a lot of crypto bots, but that was not typically during live streams. You'd see those more in like the comment section of bigger channels. I feel like my channel's probably not quite big enough to attract the attention of a lot of scammer bots, but hey, maybe one day I'll get up there to that level. We can all dream, right? We can all hope. Don't you guys wish for the day where you'll be getting inundated by crypto spam messages when you come to my live streams? I know that I do. All right, let's grab this. Boom, boom, boom. I actually got into cryptocurrency. I guess I don't need to turn them all on the boards. Yeah, I had a buddy who, when it wasn't right at the start, this was actually right around the time of the pandemic, a little bit before the pandemic set in though. But I had a buddy who started getting into Bitcoin trading. And so he got me into, this was the same guy who used to, I've talked about before, had a gambling problem. This is the guy who would always call me up and want me to go to the casino with him, just like in the middle of the day. And I'd be like, I can't go right now, buddy. I don't have the money. He'd be like, I'll give you $50. But this was the same guy who got into crypto at one point, which might tell you something. But yeah, no, it was not a bad experience in the sense that I learned a lot, not just about crypto, but about the whole investing scene too. Because I eventually got into investing in the stock market too. I got out of crypto and got into Wall Street because that's much more legitimate, you know. There's a lot more regulation. It's a lot safer. But man, oh man, I'll tell you, crypto is a freaking rabbit hole. All right, what are we doing? I've got sticks here. Boom, boom, boom. Bam. Didn't make a lot of money. I really wish that I had held my Bitcoin. You know, our mistake was we started getting into altcoins because Bitcoin is the number one. Obviously, everybody's heard of Bitcoins, but there's about a million other stupid cryptos that 90% of them are just scams too, like pump and dump schemes. But those are the ones where you're like, you buy them super cheap, where it's like 3 cents a coin, and you hope that it goes up to like $10 a coin or something, but it never does. All right, let's put that away. So now we've got some ladders, people. Let's go. We are doing the dirty work here. Let's grab that. Okay. Okay, here we go. You'd rather just bank the 50 and say thanks. Yeah. No, I know what you mean, but you know, I always made a point that if I ever won the 50 back, I would just pay him back, you know. Too poor to waste my money on scams and gambling. I know. Gotta waste it on desserts instead. Hell yeah. Food is not a waste. I've thought before, man, sometimes I wish I didn't have to eat. So that, you know, think of all the money you could save if you didn't have to buy food. But at the same time, food is such an amazing experience. Good food, there's almost nothing better. There's a few things out there that are better, but not a lot. All right, people. We got our backup bronze. We're going. Nope, I didn't bring my food with me. I put it in my vessel, but I didn't bring it. Bink bonk. What's that one at? 0.02. Can I just empty that? No, that didn't work. Oh my god. Oh well, who cares? Let's go. You love cooking in real life too much? I agree. I do too. And I love eating even more than cooking, you know? It's just, I do appreciate cooking. It's fun, it's nice, but eating is where it's at. All right, what's going on? Yeah, we're heading in the right direction, people. Here we go. Every day is a rainy, overcast, cruddy day here in this world, I'll tell you what. But ultimately, if we end up finding some high fertility soil, that would be nice. Although it hasn't happened yet. In my opinion, the better the food is probably likely to get the stream... Wait. The better than food is... I'm not sure I understand, Ron. Let's see, I almost bought a few Bitcoin back when they were like $10. Yeah, and back in like 2010, I regret not doing it so bad. Yeah, I know what you mean, Ariel, a real goblin. You know, but one of the things I mentioned, I learned a bit about investing. And one of the things I learned about investing, and this is a line you'll probably hear if you watch movies or something, is don't get emotional about your investments. And that means regret. Regret is an emotion. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying you don't look back on like your missed opportunities and learn lessons. You still should learn lessons, but when you dwell on like missed opportunities or getting out of a trade too quick, you know, and then it skyrockets, that happens a lot. But you can't dwell on it because then you're just shooting yourself in the foot for no reason. You know what I'm saying? It's very important not to get emotional about your investments, 100%. But it's tough too. It's also not a natural state of being. If you lose out on a bunch of money, that's an emotional thing. You know what I'm saying? So it takes a real effort of will to control that kind of a reaction. It's like regretting that you didn't buy Apple stocks back in '76. Well, if you were alive back then, sure. Let's see. Could be worse. My friend bought a whole bunch when they were cheap, but the wallet is stored on an encrypted drive, and he still can't remember the password. Yeah, that's the thing about Bitcoin, is that you can lose it, yeah, essentially, and that's it. It's unrecoverable. There's no banks or anything like that to give you a refund. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, and think, in fact, there's some famous cases of people like misplacing literally like millions of dollars of Bitcoin and stuff. Like you say, on like a thumb drive that they can't find or can't unlock. Yeah, there's stories about that. All right, here we are. We're back. I wasn't too quick. Didn't take too long either, did it? Let's go below. I should have made another basket for storage here. Look at this inventory. I'm going for hematite. I've got 5 open spots. What a joke. All right, here we go. Seinfeld says it's most important to hold on to anticipatory joy. Remember how excited for the thing, not remember how excited for the thing, not the thing. Gotcha. All right, here we go. Here we go. We're going down. Tip, write down passwords, but don't leave the password note in the open. There you go. That's a good. I keep all my passwords in a notebook here in my desk. Yeah, 100%. I have for years too. Always write them down. And I've never had issues with security. The only time I ever have issues with password security is when a website gets their security breached or something, and then they leak that shit. Like, nobody's ever broken into my house and looked in my password notebook. They wouldn't even know where to look, But either way, definitely recommend writing down passwords. All right, so we've got our choice because we know that the copper was potentially down there. But if I start going down there looking for copper, we might end up just breaking the prospecting pick altogether. I think we'll take it down. Let's stick with the iron for now. God, that baffles me. All my passwords are unique and remember passwords from 15 years ago. But writing passwords down baffles you? Wow. Okay, secondary tip, use a cipher for your passwords and just turn the website's thing name to the password using the cipher. I don't understand that at all. Okay, so let's see. This was where we wanted to go, right? Let's get down here. I did bring my signs, so it's probably not a stupid idea to leave some signs here. No, wait a second. Kind of drawn a blank on where I took that sample. The best sample, was it down here? Because I definitely took some short range samples down here. I got to be extra careful with this Pro Pick though, because it is low. Put those in the offhand. Good news is we got plenty of food. Got all the time in the world. Okay, X. Go up, up, up. Oh, shit. Just hit my microphone, guys. Sorry about that. It's going to scratch my forehead. Punch the microphone. Didn't deserve it. All right. So wait a second. No, I think the sample was... Oh, we took the sample up here, and then I sunk the shaft. Yeah, that's right. So I think we do want to go back down. Okay, I just climbed these stairs literally back and forth 2 different times. But we're going to go deeper and keep going. We're going to keep going. That's what we're doing. We're keep going, people. Don't try and stop me. All right, where's my Pro Pick? Get in the hot bar, Pro Pick. We need you now. Okie dokie. Down we go. Bing. Boom. All right. Yeah, it's funny. Talking about passwords, I recently set up my account on the Hightail website. I don't know if anybody in here played Hightail, but it encouraged me to do like the 2-factor authentication, which I did and stuff. But now, after I got that set up, now when I go to my little profile page, it says you should delete your password, which I thought was weird. So is it encouraging me to go without a password and just rely on like authentication for logging in? I was a little confused by that, but not sure. Ah, we got more andesite. Well, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going here, people. Boom. I mean, we can still get magnetite, which, again, I can't remember exactly what the readings were, but we were seeing both hematite and magnetite in this location here. There we go. Oh, it's going to be sad to see this black bronze pickaxe break. I love the black bronze. It's weird. How does gold, silver, and copper come together to make black? I guess it's just like the case if you just mix enough colors together, they always end up making like a dark. All right, boom. Who knows? Maybe there's a special property with the alloys. Oh, it's good having this hearty stew, though. You don't have to worry about foraging for berries. We're on a serious mining expedition. I don't want to worry about food. My sister's family is over here, and I just hear Alexa fart over and over in the room above me. Sounds like they're having a party up there, Mini Mongoose. That's a wild party. When where you tease the AI. See, that right there is what's going to cause the AIs to go crazy and attack us. It's not anything inherent in their programming. It's the fact that people order them to fart over and over again. So in other words, Mini Mongoose, your family is responsible for the AI apocalypse. I'm sorry. It's just how it goes. No, I'm kidding. Children with control of Alexa. Listen, it's not as bad as my old boss. He would tell me these stories about how he would try and trick his like Alexa into answering like these political questions, like try and trick it into admitting it's racist and stuff. I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you, bro? You're like spending all this time talking to an AI thing, and you really are just wasting your time, dude. It's not a real person, bro. All right, let's see. So we got some sort of a cave system, which I obviously want to check out, but I don't want to get myself killed here. Need more blocks. Need more blocks. Uh-huh. Looks pretty big down here, too. What the hell? Hey, Animal, how's it going, buddy? Thanks for dropping by. Hello, Liliperson. Welcome, welcome to the stream, folks. Hello, everybody. Thanks for dropping in. Wait, tell Alexa to play the Pirates of the Caribbean. Oh. All right, so let's make sure we're on that. Yeah, I actually need some more dirt. Might have to return to the surface just to grab some more packed earth. Oh, bro, there's drifters down here and bowtorns. Crap. Crapper. It could be real dangerous down here. I should have made one of those shields. Damn, look how big it is. Oh my god. I'm gonna die down here, aren't I? Oh crap. Where are they shooting me from exactly? Oh no. Damn it. No. Ugh. Okay, we have to come back. God damn it. Okay, I have one more use on that temporal gear. God damn, I knew I shouldn't have dropped down in that. It's alright, we gotta go. I know how to get there. It's just a straight shot in this direction. It's 2200. You know what? We're going to make this trip in the daytime. I'm just going to go ahead and go to sleep. If the chunk is unloaded, then our items won't despawn. The timer is kind of in limbo. So we've got to get over there. No, I don't have any backup gear, really. I mean, the extra pickaxe that I made was the one we just picked up, but We don't need it necessarily to get back there. It's just going to be very difficult to retrieve the stuff and not die again, essentially. But I do have one more respawn here. All right, hold on. Let me focus on travel. Because I don't have my map with me, so definitely got to be careful here. Of course, visibility is not helping with the rain. We had more visibility, I could probably see some of the landmarks, but we do know that the sun is rising in the east. Yeah, there's one of my landmarks there. Hey, thanks for following the channel there. We'll appreciate that. All right, let's see. Remember when Vintage Story was a time catch-up mechanism? So even though Chunk did not load, it will catch up time when it reloads. Oh, are you sure about that? Because I've been out of Chunks before and returned to find my gear. Maybe you're right. I'm not sure. But I know that I've been to locations, unloaded the chunk, and then returned days later, and my stuff is still sitting there. All right, let's keep going there. I got to focus on the journey so I don't get myself lost. Although I've made this trip now enough times, I think I can kind of recognize the geography. Holy shit. Big old bar. First time we've seen a bar on this route, though. Yeah, that's new. Oh my gosh, I got no food. There's one mine shaft. We're getting there. We'll be there shortly. Alright, here we go. Ah, it's kind of nice seeing this place in the daytime. Get a look at the lake, but we gotta go. We gotta go. Oh my god, how am I gonna get my stuff? So I need to get my stuff and hurry up and place down a ladder so that I can return. Oh, it is gonna be pitch black too. Dawn's right. Shit. I should have left some torches in that basket. Yeah, I'll have to do that next time. Damn it. So now I need to find some flint. Shoot, I shouldn't have left the house without at least some flint. We got this, though. And I am in the chunk now, too, so regardless of unload, load, the timer is counting down right now. So in other words, we are in a race against time here, but we're going to get it. I know exactly what we're doing here. Actually, I'm more worried about starvation than anything else, because by the time I get down there, my health is going to be so low that like a single hit is probably going to get me killed again. But if we can pick our stuff back up, then it might not be the end of the world. Because that would essentially restart the timer, wouldn't it? Come on, place it. Alright, you... Oh my god, don't go out on me. Oh yeah, we need to get down there, get some food in our belly. Can you place the knife? Yeah, there we go. Whoo, race against time, let's go. Yeah, I think we're going to have to set up some backup gear for sure. Rod was right. I should definitely have at least like a little chest set up with some torches, maybe like an extra pair of armor. Even as soon as we get more metals and stuff, I could even make a backup tool set and stuff. Yeah, because coming down here with literally nothing is pretty goddamn dangerous and stupid. All right, let's go. We don't have a choice at this point. All right, we're here. I can see the stuff. Yeah, I can literally see the torches at the bottom. Yep, there's my stuff. So if we pick it up and die, that'll still restart the timer, but... Okay, what I need to do... I'm just going to drop and grab it all. Okay, beautiful. X. Ladder. And we're up. We're good. We're fine. Bowtorn's shooting at me, but... Alright, we did it. Whew. Yeah, that was touch and go there, but we got it. We got it back. Can the Bowtorns shoot upward? Can he get below me and shoot up? Damn it. So, does that mean that it's pretty much a no-go? Do I need to sink another shaft somewhere? Man, I really want to get down there and explore, but it's a death sentence going down there, you know? I don't have any armor, not even the crude crap. Man, oh man. Yeah, if I light it up, I could explore. The problem is it's so big down there that when I get down there, I don't know where the Bowtorns are at. You know, if I could run right to the Bowtorn and just kill it real quick, then we could start throwing down those torches. But yeah, I think the Bowtorns will, it's just, if I go down there again, it's just the same thing is going to happen. So I think what we're going to do, let me see, just to prevent any accidents. Oh, sorry. I'm going to put that block. Oh, come on. Can I, please? All right, we'll put that there so now I can't fall. But let's take a sample. Maybe we'll get lucky. I'm just going to take it right here. We'll see. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get a hematite reading off in a certain direction, and I'll just dig a shaft over. Am I on short range? No, or that way. Oh my God. Okay, well, yep, got to be a bit more careful. Just drop the whole ceiling of that cavern right there. Yeah. Too bad the Bowtorn wasn't standing under that spot. Yeah, too bad, too bad. All right, no worries, no worries. No ore there. I'm feeling we're not going to see any. But man, I bet you that there's hematite or magnetite probably down in that cave somewhere. Yeah, if we could just get down there. Maybe it is better we return home. We can make some of that crude armor, although it's not super helpful. It's going to offer a little bit more protection, but I don't know. What else can we do to, like, allow us to get down there? Hey, what's going on, Pyroman? How you doing? All right, let's see. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that log armor. I think we need to make that. Well, definitely, at the very least, we need to make that. No ore nodes nearby. We know what the... Yeah, oh, I need a shield, too. That's a good call. Good call, Greg. Yeah, 100%. I need to make one of the crappy shields, too. Damn. That's our best reading, but we could still do better, too. So we're going to return. I'm just going to let myself naturally heal up. We've still got a bit of durability on the prospecting pick, so I think we'll come up to our main tunnel, and maybe we'll try and get a better reading. We'll go for like a very high reading or a high reading, and we'll just... No, I don't have any copper either. You know, and what's crazy too is I'm realizing I don't have enough to even replace the tools that I have. So I actually probably should shift gears to the copper, huh? Because we did find a decent copper reading. I mean, we found a short range copper reading down here. All right, we'll have to focus on the copper. At least this way it's going to be safer. Let's eat a little bit. Yeah. if we do find copper, like a big enough strike, that could actually be very beneficial too. I don't know. I was thinking maybe some armor, but at the same time, I'm not going to bother making metal armor just to return to this particular ore section. Okay, yeah, so we've got copper potentially down here. Got my extra pick. Let's look around. We were getting medium density on our short range. So let's just see what else we can do. Dawn prospecting was hard, but when you actually tried it, it's not that bad. No, it does take a little bit of getting used to. That's true. But yeah. And the way it's worded is very strange, like how the words aren't really connected to the percentages, like across the board. I don't know. It's hard to describe, but you're very right. It's very accurate what you said, that it's a little baffling at first, but you start to get used to it. All right, let's just try short range here. Medium amounts. I bet it's either like above us or below us, maybe. Keep going. We got medium at about this location. We'll keep going a little bit more. No candles or lanterns yet. Yeah, we're getting temporal gear, or temporal instability is getting low enough that we can hear that music kicking in. That's right, Rod. Gotta be careful about that. All right. Ooh, we just got him leveled up. Let's try it here. Short range. Okay, so nothing by that. Okay. Go in this direction. Take a couple of short range samples. What's the durability? 14 durability. Oh my gosh. Well, you know, worst case, we'll just have to pan to get some copper. I've got 11 pieces, so if I can just get like, what, 7 more, then we can make another 10 bronze pickaxe. Or, I guess, pro pick is what I'm trying to say. Hey, what version? This is 1.21. It's actually in the title, too, of the stream, but we are going to get back into 1.22 next week. We'll be doing some 1.22. What do I think of it so far? I love it. I mean, I've played in the 1.22 world for about 8 hours, so we didn't get everything. Like, water wheels were bugged, so they weren't even working, but yeah, it's enjoyable. Like, I think that from just reading the patch notes alone, I'm really excited about the update for sure. But yeah, we'll just have to see. Because, like, if they include everything that they've got in those patch notes, like rivers, procedural dungeons, new berry bush mechanics, oh, there's going to be so much to sink our teeth into. So yeah, I actually think 1.22 could be one of the best updates, but you know, things are subject to change. I remember in a previous update, they were going to roll out like coral reefs, for instance, but that particular part of the update had to get pushed back a little bit, you know, just to accommodate for other stuff. But no, overall, yeah, I think it's going to be great. I'm really excited to see the final potential. Okay, so we're getting medium. See, this is why I need more blocks. But we can just make a fence. Okay. So this is our best bet so far in this direction. Let's turn it this way. I feel like I'm just either too high or too low for this copper. But we are getting medium, which means we're not that far away from it. Yeah, and if anybody's interested in my streaming schedule, it is pinned in the chat. So check the pinned comment, and you'll be able to see when I'm streaming next week. And I've got a couple of days set aside for Vintage Story. And like I said, I'm pretty sure we'll be doing some 1.22 streams next week. If they release like another preview patch, native copper large, here we go, then we'll definitely be doing it. Yeah. If we get something like rivers introduced, or even procedural dungeons, we'll definitely be starting a new world. Okay, we got large. Let's actually go down a little bit too. I'm kind of surprised we haven't struck it yet. My temporal stability is getting ridiculously low. No ordinary nearby. So, I think it might be in this direction. Yeah, that's the direction I got the original reading. Just trying to make sure we don't have any cave ins here. Oh man. At least we know we're in the general vicinity. We could dig around for quite a while looking for this. This pickaxe is brand new. Fortunately, the pro pick is almost broken, but right, there's our original tunnel. I think we did find a sample in this direction. It was something like all 4 of these gave us copper readings. One of them, I think, was lighter than the rest, but we'll keep digging around. Hey man, got the game recently and you've already put 30 hours into your save. Vintage Story is great. That's right, Jacob. I agree, buddy. I really enjoy this game. I'm glad you picked it up too, my friend. It is a lot of fun, but it's a challenge, no doubt about it. We've seen some of the challenging aspects of it today, but regardless, we're having fun. It's just easy to get lost down here in these maze-like tunnels. Above and behind. You think it's above? We can try above. We can go up a couple levels. Yeah, we're not hitting anything in this direction. Alright, so this was the original reading. Let's go up a couple. Oh, you know what? We have to go all the way up. Yeah, my temporal stability now is going to cause us serious issues. We're going to get spawns and stuff. So we have to go up. Just for a little while. Let our temporal stability regain. That's unfortunate. I feel like we were getting close to that copper. Zeroing in on it, but no worries, no worries. That'll be what we focus on once we get this temporal stability up. Man, oh man, I almost feel like I maybe should set up a little, like, base here. Okay, wait, which direction? Okay, we don't want to go that direction. Boom. Boom. Yeah, so my temporal stability is it's not even... Yeah, it's very slowly returning. I think we should go all the way to the surface. See if that helps at all. Alright, make sure we eat as we go. Boy, oh boy. Tell you, man. Oh. We got a Bowtorn dead ahead. That was wicked. I just ran right by him. Screw you, Bowtorn. Now, Surface 10 is turned off. It does not spawn on Wilderness Survival Worlds on the surface. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to set up a little house here. Maybe have a cooking fire with like an actual cooking pot. Is that fish different than the other ones? Looks bigger. Huh, weird. But actually kind of tempted to swim to some of these far shores too. Maybe once we find that copper And I might just sink a couple shafts over, take some prospecting pick moves, like some of those areas on the land. It's just a little bit easier to get to than going below and like digging all the way there and stuff. But all right, everybody. Well, we've been going for a little over 4 hours, so I think this is probably a good place to end things, although I know we're right in the middle of the action, and I desperately want to find this metal, but it's going to have to wait. So make sure you guys check out that schedule. Like I said, we'll probably be putting this world on hold next week and just diving more into the 1.22, but I know you guys won't be too disappointed by that. But I do appreciate everybody coming by and hanging out with me today. Thank you so much. Again, I'll be doing some Card Survival Tropical Island tomorrow, so I hope you guys will join me for that. But once again, great to see you guys. I hope you all have a good day, and I'll see you on the next one.